Welcome, everyone. Good evening. This PSAB meeting will be conducted in accordance with City of Mountain View City Council Resolution number 18603, in accordance with Assembly Bill 361. All members of the PSAB are participating in this meeting by video conference with no physical meeting location. Members of the public wishing to observe the meeting live may do so on YouTube at mountainview.gov/YouTube or through this Zoom webinar. As noted on the meeting agenda, members of the public may provide oral public comments online during the public comment period for an item through this webinar or by phone by dialing 669-900-9128 and entering webinar ID 839-6915-1947. Any emails received by 4:30 p.m. today were forwarded to the PSAB. Emails received after 4:30 p.m. will not be read during the meeting, but we will be entered into the record for the meeting. And with that, let's move to item number 2, roll call. Mr. Gaines, can you take roll, please?
Yes, Chair Iyer. Chair Iyer.
Present.
Member Sandhu.
Present.
Member Wang.
Present.
Member Langton.
Present.
Member Tang.
Present.
Member Brodowski.
I'm here.
Member Frank. Member Frank is not present.
Thank you. Moving on to item 3, we are on oral communications from the public. This portion of the meeting is reserved for persons wishing to address the subcommittee on any matter not on the agenda. Speakers are allowed to speak on any topic for up to 3 minutes during this section. State law prohibits the PSAB from acting on non-agendized items. Would any member of the public like to provide comment on an item that is not on the agenda? If so, please click the raise hand button in Zoom or press *9 on your phone. Checking now. It looks like 2 people have raised their hand. Tim McKenzie, please go ahead.
Hi all, greetings tonight. I'm just going to get on soapbox for a moment to correct the record. I'd like to make a point. Last month, a quote was misattributed to me. I would like to make clear, I have never called police officers armed enemies of the state. The statement is armed agents of the state. The state has a monopoly on violence, and it enforces that monopoly with law enforcement officers. It keeps the peace and use it and enforces laws. Police officers are those agents of the state who are armed to come in when the situation warrants it. It's an unfortunate fact of the world that these days sometimes the situation calls for people, the proverbial good guy with the gun, to show up. And that's an important aspect of public safety. And that is the role of police officers. Unfortunately, as a society, we've asked far too much of police officers, and we ask them to do everything else on top of that. And you know the old adage, when you have a hammer, every problem looks like a nail. Police officers, once again, are armed agents of the state, but we as society have asked them to do too much. And that's a very important distinction compared with armed enemies of the state. I think we all agree that there should be no enemies of the state serving as police officers in our city. And to that end, actually, as a member of the public, I know that there was disproportionate representation of police officers at the insurrection on January 6th earlier in the year. And I personally would feel much better if there was a positive affirmation from MVPD that there were 0 officers involved in the insurrection. And additionally, that there are no officers involved in the far-right anti-government groups that were involved in planning the insurrection. We all agree that enemies of the state are bad, but police officers are armed agents of the state, not enemies of the state. But if there are any domestic enemies that engaged in insurrection, they have no place serving our city. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I'd like to note for the record that Member Frink joined at 7:08 p.m. Okay, let me go back and see. Bruce England, I see your hand up. Please go ahead.
Thank you, Chair. This is very quick and minor administrative point. I know you're not doing a work plan review tonight. I assume that's because you figure the one agenda item is going to be long, and so you're allowing yourself time. That's great. However, the work plan includes entries for January, and I believe your intention is to not hold meetings in December and January, which means the work plan file needs to be updated. The reason it's important is that you've got some very key items on the work plan to tackle next year, including the budget review, which you probably want to get to City Council as early as possible next year, depending on how you frame that. Also, the city clerk just posted the collection of work plans to the website, but unfortunately, your work plan still includes that January entry. So that would have to be updated not only in your records, but also in the records that the city clerks put on the website. Thank you.
Thank you. Trying to see if there's any other hands up. I don't see any other hands. So I will close the oral communication item. And I just want to reiterate what I heard. The armed enemy of the state is my bad. I spoke too fast. Thank you for your clarification. Going forward, any attribution I make will be armed agents of the state. So thank you for that clarification. I understand there's a request to understand if any members of MVPD were a part of the January 6th events at the Capitol, but I am not going to request that information at this time. But Mr. McKenzie, if you would like to follow up with MVPD directly on that, then please feel free to do so. And finally, I heard that our work plan file needs to be updated because we are not planning to have a meeting in January, and some items are actually associated with January. So thank you for bringing that to our attention. With that, we move on to the minutes approval for the last PSAB meeting. Does anyone have any comments or questions about the October 21st meeting minutes? I don't see any hands up. So would anyone like to make a motion to approve the October, oh my goodness, the October meeting minutes?
Yes.
The October meeting.
Okay, thank you, Joan. So could you'd think I would know this by now. Do we second this?
Oh,
Yes.
yeah, we need to.
Yeah. Okay. Could I have a second?
I will.
Okay, thank you, Cal. And all in favor, please raise your hand. Okay, so I see Jeanette. Oh, my screen is flashing quite a bit. Jeanette, Joan, Cleve, Eva, Derek, Cal, and me. So I think with it unanimously, not anonymously, unanimously passes. Thank you. Okay, we are now moving on to agenda item 5. And Mr. Gaines, I'm going to hand this over to you.
Great. Thank you, Chair Iyer. So I'm here now to provide an update on the Public Safety Advisory Board's recommendations on school resource officers. So from the PSAB has engaged in efforts to better understand community concerns and gain knowledge about the Mountain View Police Department School Resource Officer Program for the past 4 months. This began in June when the City Council referred this item to the PSAB. The PSAB formed a 3-member SRO subcommittee to lead the PSAB's outreach and information gathering efforts. And over the past 4 months, the SRO subcommittee, as well as other PSAB members, have engaged community members through meetings, and a survey tool was developed and distributed to community members, ultimately to learn about MVPD SRO program perceptions. And based on the input that was received through meetings and the survey, as well as the SRO subcommittee learning about the SRO program and other methods, they've drafted some recommendations that they believe will improve the MVPD SRO program. And tonight, the PSAB is here to discuss the recommendations that the SRO subcommittee has developed and determine if those are the recommendations the PSAB would like to submit to City Council, or if there are other recommendations or modified recommendations. So the information gathering strategy that the SRO subcommittee has undertaken over the past 4 months included 3 things. Like on June 24th, School Resource Officer Lloyd Kearns provided the PSAB with a presentation on the SRO program. SRO subcommittee and other PSAB members also learned about the SRO program by observing sessions of the Dreams and Futures program, having meetings with SROs, and reviewing the latest memorandum of understanding between Mountain View Police Department and Mountain View Los Altos Union High School District. PSAB members also met with various students, parents, and school staff members who have experience with the MVPD SRO program. Last PSAB meeting on October 21st, we went in depth on some of the outcomes or the inputs that were received in those meetings. So I won't reiterate those tonight. However, they were included in your packet. The presentation that I provided on October 21st was included in your packet, and that input is included there, as well as has informed some of the recommendations that we will be going over tonight. And finally, the survey tool is another way that the SRO subcommittee gathered input. They distributed the survey tool to Mountain View Los Altos Union High School students, as well as Mountain View Wisman School District students, parents and staff for both of those, high school level and middle school. And the survey was available in Chinese, English, and Spanish. In total, 486 completed surveys were received. As far as survey data goes, students accounted for 137 of the surveys. 103 were high school students, 34 were middle school students. Within the subsets of those students, 29 of the 103 high school students reported that they had experience with the SRO program, either having interactions with officers or participating in programs that officers operated. Similarly, 10 of the 34 middle school students reported having engaged with SROs. Amongst parents, there were 241 241 parents of high school students, 62 parents of middle school students. Of those parents who responded to the survey, 36 reported that their kids engaged, 36 of the 241 high school parents reported that their kids engaged with SROs, while 17 of the 62 middle school parents reported such. We also surveyed school district staff. We received 20 survey responses from Mountain View Los Altos staff and 26 survey responses from Mountain View Wisman School District. So the survey did include questions asking about each respondent's racial identification. The reason for that racial identification question is because the PSAB or the SRO subcommittee wanted to confirm that the survey input included feedback from students and families of color, particularly Black and Brown communities. As we've been venturing through this process and listening to comments that have been made, it's often framed as concerns related to students of color, particularly those who are Black and brown. So we included a question just asking people for their racial identification so that we can make sure that we receive some responses from a diverse population. And looking at these numbers, it's roughly 20% of high school students were Latino, and 32% of middle school student respondents were Latino. Nearly 6% of high school student respondents reported being Black or African American, and 3% of middle school students reported the same. And while we point out these numbers, it's important to clarify that the survey input was intended to help the PSAP better understand community perspectives and concerns, but it wasn't really to be a representative sample. So while I'm going over these numbers, neither the PSAP, the SRO subcommittee, nor myself claims that this is a representative sample of Mountain View middle and high school students and the parents. Regardless, we do see this input as providing valuable insight about community members' perceptions of the MVPD SRO program, and it can be used to gain a deeper understanding of the program's strengths and opportunities for improvements. Considering the input from both surveys as well as the input from the interviews that PSAP members engaged in of community members, Mountain View parents, students, and school staff members, most of the input was positive. Looking at this table here, you'll see that 30% of high school students, when asked based on their personal experience, how they feel about having SROs on their campus, 30% said they feel positive or very positive. 54% of middle school students fit in that category. You'll notice the majority of students actually on this table show that they felt neutral in both in the high school level. And 27% of high school students felt negative or very negative compared to 9% of middle school. While the majority of respondents reported neutrality or feeling positive, it's really those who feel negative or very negative who I believe have informed most of the recommendations that are being presented today, regardless of the percentage that a particular opinion represents. That opinion is important, and the SRO subcommittee, along with staff, has tried to draft recommendations to address some of those. Similarly, among parents, roughly 80% of respondents of high school and middle school parents reported that they believed SROs provide a valuable service and should continue to be assigned to schools. There's another survey question that was posed to high school and middle school students that asked them to rank the most important services that SROs should provide. And within that question was a question that allowed a response, no, I don't think that SROs should provide any response at all, and they don't belong on campuses. And that number was very similar to this amongst parents. In high school, 19% of the students said, no, I don't believe SRO should be on campus. And middle school, it was a smaller number, it was 13%. But it's similar to what we see here on this survey question with parents. So it's looking like we have 13 to 20% of student respondents and parent respondents feel that SRO should not be on campus, while the majority clearly show that they should be. So we took this survey input and we synthesized it into 4 key themes. And I also have to discuss that we also received survey input from Mountain View, Los Altos, and Mountain View Wisman school districts, their staff. And that data, again, was primarily positive, highlighting how SROs enhance the services that the schools are able to provide, and also highlighting how they believe SROs have a unique knowledge about students, being able to interact with students both on campus and off campus, and recognize what students are going through in a community in addition to what they're going through in schools. So considering the input from the surveys and the interview input, we synthesized all input into 4 key themes, which was focused on opportunities to strengthen the SRO program. I'll present all 4 themes and the recommendations that are associated with those themes. As far as the process goes, I suppose that I present everything, and then we can, after I finish presenting, we can revisit each theme, and members of the PSAB can ask any clarifying questions that they may have. Following that clarifying questions, I recommend that we go to public comment. And once public comment closes, the PSAB can further revisit any particular recommendations and provide input on those recommendations and suggest any modifications and additions they may have. So now let's get into the key themes. The first key theme is that the purpose and impact of SROs is not widely known. There are a number of misinterpretations of the SRO program's purpose among students, parents, and school staff. School staff reported they don't always know what services SROs provide, or when it's appropriate to contact SROs. Furthermore, many community members, parent respondents, it's just they don't know how to access SRO programs and services. The lack of clarity or the lack of knowledge about the program allows many misperceptions about the program. These misperceptions often are contrary to the actual practices of the program, which often emphasize mentorship and education, and even deterring crime and deterring students from being arrested. But there's also a perception that the SROs being on campus could perpetuate the school to prison pipeline. However, that perception is not supported by the data. It's not supported by the arrest data amongst MVPD SROs. The SRO subcommittee requested arrest data for the past 5 years and learned that from 2017 through 2019, SROs made 7 arrests of students at schools. 2020 and 2021 data was 0 arrests, but that was because of COVID and officers not really being on campus because school was remote. But in the last 5 years, there have been 7 arrests at schools, and the offenses that those arrests were made for were for things that included sexual assault, domestic violence, and weapons possession, and likely aren't things that people associate with school to prison pipeline, more so than just offenses that the offenders would have been arrested for, regardless of if an SRO is present or not. The recommendations that result from those key themes, from key theme 1, recommendation 1A is that the purpose of the SRO program should be clear in the MOU between the city and MVLA. The purpose should specify what the SRO program is and outline when it is appropriate and how to involve an SRO in a matter concerning a student. Clearly defining the purpose of the program not only will assist these school districts in the city to make it clear what the purposes are, but it also will address some of the concerns about the way that the SROs operate, or the lack of knowledge about the way that SROs operate. Emphasizing that it's about relationship building and mentorship, as well as law enforcement and safety when necessary, but that not being the emphasis. The perception that SROs are on campuses to be security guards is not true. And the perception may be based off of some of what people believe SROs are doing when they're on campus. So making the purpose clear will help to address that and help inform people of why SROs are actually on campus. Recommendation 1B, the city and the school district should collaborate to develop communications and regularly provide information about the SRO program purpose and activities to students and the school district communities. Furthermore, school district staff should regularly be trained on when it is appropriate and how to involve an SRO in a matter concerning students. Again, the communications is a way to inform school community and the public in general about what SROs are doing. But the training component of that also will assist the program be more impactful in the sense that, one, teachers and other school staff will know what services SROs provide and how to contact them, but then they'll also know when not to contact them, as there might be instances where an SRO is called to a campus that isn't necessarily a matter that an SRO should be involved in. Recommendation 1C is that the Mountain View Police Department should provide annual updates on the SRO program, including a summary of program activities and enforcement actions to the Public Safety Advisory Board. Again, just to add another layer of communication, another layer of public information and knowledge, and the opportunity for the PSAB and members of the public to provide input on what the SRO program is doing. Key theme number 2. Some students, parents, and school staff members are uncomfortable with the presence of armed police officers on school campuses. Some students of color feel racially profiled and harassed by SROs. In interviews, there were interviews where people provided input on how they felt racially profiled. There were interviews where school staff members highlighted situations where students felt that they were racially profiled, and that's in that instance the school staff member was able to meet with the SRO and that group of students and to come to a resolution and understanding about what was actually going on, and determine that that wasn't necessarily racially profiling, but it was another issue. But this issue, or this perception of SROs harassing or racially profiling students is a valid perception. So the MOU recommendation 2A is that the MOU should specify that the city and Mountain View Los Altos, or whoever they have in Mountain View Los Altos in this instance, ensure there are safe ways for students to raise any concerns or complaints they have about SROs and develop a process to address those complaints and concerns. The MOU should also specify a designated point of contact at each school to facilitate resolution of complaints and concerns about SROs, and work with SROs to ensure they are able to provide structured programs and activities on campus. So that recommendation is designed to both provide an outlet for any student who feels uncomfortable to have a trusted adult at the school, a non-law enforcement adult who they can speak to, as well as for a clear process to be developed for such resolutions to occur. Recommendation 2B, through intentional and structured programming, SROs and school staff should develop opportunities for dialogue and other activities that can help bridge divides between SROs or police in general and students. The reported trauma that some students have, and the reported trauma that some parent interviewees responded they have about law enforcement, paired with a belief that that trauma needs to be addressed through structured, intentional programming, is something that the SRO subcommittee believed might improve the relationship between police officers and students. And this SRO program is an opportunity to bridge divides. Key theme 3. There's a perception that students of color are the primary students who face disciplinary actions from SROs. Students report that when a student has their belongings searched or is being interviewed by an SRO in sight of other students, it casts a negative light on students being searched or interviewed. The first half of that is the perception is really the perception that students of color are primary students who face disciplinary actions. somewhat covered in recommendations in this recommendation 2A and 2B. But this recommendation that the city should develop a procedural manual that sets operational standards for school resource officers. And that manual should include clear policies on how SROs interact with students and conduct law enforcement activities on school campuses. And that manual should specify that to the greatest extent possible, disciplinary actions of students should be conducted discreetly and out of sight of other students. So the issue of students of color feeling that it's primarily students of color being, or the issue that it's primarily students of color being targeted or being, is one matter, but the idea of privacy and discreetness when an enforcement action happens and not having a student be interviewed or have their belongings searched in public is the recommendation that is made here. In discussions with the SROs, we learned that it's common practice for this to occur. They actually could not recall a instance where they searched a student's belongings or did anything else in public sight of other students, but they mentioned that it's not a formal policy, it's not a procedure, it's something that is just a common practice. So the SRO subcommittee thought that this, along with some other good practices and best practices that the SRO, the Youth Services Unit has, should be added to a procedural manual that can make sure that these solid practices persist if there's turnover. Key theme 4 is the relationship building components of the existing on-campus high school program lack structure. Some interviewees and survey respondents commented that the lack of structured SRO presence makes some students feel uncomfortable. Unstructured presence, along with the lack of clearly defined and communicated purpose, also supports a perception that SROs are on campus to provide security. The security in the sense of being a security guard, that they're doing things like asking students for ID or just being a general security presence, which is not what the SRO program stated purposes are. Right now, SROs primarily visit high schools when called or when they're available to walk around campus and speak with students during breaks and passing periods and attempt to build relationships. The SROs are also available to make presentations to classes when requested, but that doesn't occur on a regular basis. And then the Youth Services Unit is also exploring other ways to try to engage with students, such as serving them lunch and attending sporting events. But this recommendation is really stating that as much as possible, I'm saying a recommendation, spoiler alert, sorry. The recommendation is that the YSU procedure manual should specify that the SRO presence on high school campus should be more structured, with officers primarily being on campuses to either provide or participate in specific activities and programs or to respond for calls for services. Ultimately, this recommendation is stating that SRO should be on campus for a purpose as much as possible. And there will be times when they need to be on campus to be there and engage with certain students. But this recommendation is really suggesting that the primary purposes be that they be there to provide a presentation or participate in a specific activity, or of course, if they're called for service. So that covers the 4 key themes, as well as the recommendations that the SRO subcommittee developed in response to those themes. I think now that if any of you have questions about themes or the recommendations, clarifying questions, not necessarily comments or feedback on them, then you should ask that now. Following that, we should receive public comment. And when public comment is closed, we should discuss each recommendation. You all should suggest any modifications and ultimately determine the final recommendations that you'd like to submit to the City Council. Next steps is following tonight, staff will prepare a council report documenting the recommendations that the PSAB puts forward, and that will be presented to the City Council on December 14th. And that is the conclusion of my presentation.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Gaines. I'm wondering to help facilitate the clarifying questions, if we might just pull up the themes and to see if that helps people recall what their questions are. Would that be a possibility to share your screen? And
Yes, I may share them, but each theme is written on a different slide. So maybe we can just go one by one and see if anybody has any questions for a particular one.
okay,
Okay.
that sounds great. Thank you. So let's start here with key theme 1 and ask if there's any clarifying questions about the theme or the recommendations that were made. So I'm trying to figure out the best way to do this. Maybe everybody could have a chance to read this, and then we can move to the recommendation slide and just refresh your memory. I think that would be good. I know I have some questions, so maybe I'll start. So I think this question makes sense to go to Captain Canfield. Do the SROs currently collect any documentation from their school visits?
Very little. So that to answer your question, Chair, the computer system that we had or have, our CAD system, indicates which officer is there, how long they're there, and the date and information like that, and the address. But it doesn't contain information kind of similar to what's going to be in RIPA or kind of greater contact information about the subjects that they're dealing with. So the short answer is very little information currently is being recorded.
Do the RIPA changes that are coming up, or I don't know if it's next year exactly when it starts, will those affect what documentation is collected?
Potentially. If there's a detention of a subject on school campus, then that will be compliant with all the RIPA data sets. However, if it's not, if it's a school visit or a follow-up on an issue or follow-up with a mentoring project, then that would not fall under RIPA, which would include age, race, gender, disabilities, that kind of information.
Okay, thank you. Other questions from PSAB members at this point? Member Frank, you have your hand up?
Yes, ma'am. I just have a sort of a comment about this particular key theme, and that is that it's and I may be wrong, Mike, but it's my understanding that when you guys get a call, it doesn't come from like a teacher or some random person that's a member of the school staff. That comes from an administrator, right? So they have a certain set of rules driven by ed code or regular legal statutes for which they are required to call law enforcement. And that's when that happens, when those incidents happen on school grounds. Usually administration staff is alerted and they make the appropriate steps. And so it's just odd to me that folks don't understand when and how SROs are contacted to come to the school. And I say this as a parent of a child who has had to have an SRO officer come to school to see him. And the process of why and how it happened was very clear. And it wasn't, it wasn't happenstance. It wasn't hinky at all. It was very well organized and orchestrated, and it made a lot of sense to me. So, can you just clarify who you guys hear from, Mike, when you guys get called? Do you know that information?
Yeah, I think generally it would be through the administration or through a counselor, depending on the circumstances, or we would reach out, depending on what is going on, and reach out to an administrator first, and then a counselor afterwards. I couldn't say that there's never a time when there isn't a direct, contact. My thought process would be if there's an ongoing issue that isn't being generated anew, it might be, re-engaged or engaged directly between the kind of principal school, I shouldn't use the word principal, between the primary people involved in the issue. So maybe the counselor and the school resource officer. However, we always make sure that the administrators are aware of, and they expect to be made aware of, our presence on the campus. I couldn't speak to the ed code requirements, et cetera, but it is certainly not haphazard.
Other clarifying questions from PSAB members about theme 1? Mr. Gaines, I don't see any hands up, so why don't we move to key theme 2? Okay. Can I ask if anyone has any clarifying questions about this theme or the recommendations that were made? I do not see any hands up. So why don't, Member Frank, please go ahead.
Yeah. Again, I just wanted to just to clarify, or at least just talk about my personal experience in all of my school days, and this is a lot of times, at least in my particular situation with the kids that I'm close to and my own child, is the kids who don't have resources that the SRO team can provide are often kids of color. So this is a resource for them. It's not like they're being profiled; they are being served here. And my kid, when he was young, he didn't like naps, but I made him take naps. So sometimes kids don't like the services that they need, but it is what it is. So I just wanted to clarify that in this community and most of the communities that I've lived in, and my own personal community, the kids who need the most services are kids of color.
Member Frank, pardon me, but are you going to give comment instead of clarifying question for each key theme and recommendation?
Might.
Okay. Member Langton, please go ahead.
I kind of agree with Cleve, where some of the minority students are the ones that are most served or in need of these services. And I will say generally, all of the themes that I saw, I think in particular, the first one, I think just making the public more aware of the services that are being provided and keeping track of the activity of the SROs and putting their message out there is important. Overall, I thought the 4 themes were pretty well articulated and kind of support them.
Okay. I just want to remind everyone that we are at this point looking for clarifying questions. But thank you, Member Langton, for your thoughts. Okay, Member Frank, your hand is still raised. I don't know if that's legacy or if, okay, thank you. Can I see if there's any other clarifying questions about this theme before we move on to key theme 3? All right, let's move on, Mr. Gaines. Thank you. Okay. So, with this theme, I will kick off with some clarifying questions. And again, I think these might be directed to Captain Canfield. Thanks for your patience, Mike. So I was curious, what is the privacy policy? If SROs, we know SROs might be interacting with students off campus, and of course they're police officers, so they might hear about other things that students are involved in. What do they disclose? Are there laws around this? What can and what do they disclose to school admin about what is happening outside of school?
Right. So in short, there are protected pieces of information like, all members of the community. So essentially, if there's a relevance or a tie into the campus specifically related to a threat or campus violence, then we'll disclose that there is a threat, but we won't necessarily, or we won't provide the specific details associated to it. If it is something domestic related or otherwise, if there's privacy matters that don't have any relevance for the campus safety, they are not, school officials are not apprised of that information. So it's strictly on what provides safety to the school campus. Now, if there were two members on the same school campus or potential for children to come visit the campus and cause problems or violence, that would be something they'd be made aware of, more information. But if it doesn't have a direct relevance to campus safety, they're not aware. If it is gang activity that's off the campus, we do advise our schools of the gang activity information and information related to who is associated to that gang activity, because it has a really strong nexus to campus safety and student safety. And then really, if the crime doesn't have a connection to the school does not have, we don't share that information with the school officials.
Okay.
Sure.
And is that law or is that at your discretion?
Yeah, I'm not aware of any laws that forbid us from sharing information other than specific protected information, such as who's a victim of a crime. Certainly there are laws that if a juvenile is a victim of a crime, it's very protected as to what details and what specifics are shared. However, if it's more about crime trends and which specific kids and what activities are going on and what crimes they're perpetrating, there is more discretion in that regard. But as far as specific laws that would prohibit it related to crime trends and crime information, I'm not familiar with them.
Okay, thank you. Member Frank, you have your hand up.
Yes, ma'am. So this perception that students are facing disciplinary actions from SROs. Do we know what disciplinary actions that are associated with SROs that would refer to? And also, students who are being searched on campus, is that a thing that actually happens, that a student is searched on campus by an SRO? Because both of these schools in our city have security forces, and it seems to me that those are the people who are doing the bulk of these searches, and so they're not SROs. So I just wanted to know how often is it that it's happening that police officers or SROs are doing searches on campus?
Vice Chair Frank, was that for me, I assume?
Sure, if you can answer.
Okay.
That's fine.
Yeah, and I forgot the first question, but certainly let me start with the second question.
First question is what disciplinary actions are coming from SROs?
So to be clear, our SROs are not part of disciplinary processes, school administration disciplinary processes. I think it's important to differentiate between school and juvenile justice processes, even though they overlap, but we don't become involved in school administrative discipline processes. Related to searching of students, although it is not common, it is certainly not for Bowdoin, and there may be times when it's important from a school safety perspective. Recently, there was an incident where there was information about a student having a weapon on campus, and the student had, my understanding is that the student had notified other students that that he had in fact brought a weapon to campus. That student was contacted in the classroom after the other students left and was in fact searched by our school resource officers out of the view of other students. However, that was a search that was done, but I think that's pretty reflective of the types of things that we would do a search for. A real specific weapons threat that really warrants a law enforcement presence and a school resource officer presence. In general, a search has been done if, let's say, there's a cannabis vape pen or something along those lines, or alcohol on campus. It would have probably been discovered and searched by school officials who notify us, and then we send a school resource officer over, or they reach out to the school resource officer to coordinate the handling of that incident. That is much more common. But if there's information about a weapon or something safety related, we definitely want to be a resource to the school and to everybody's safety.
Thank you.
I actually have a couple follow-on questions. Again, Captain Canfield, thank you. So could you, I'm not totally clear, if an SRO contacts a child on campus, what are the kind of the guidelines around, does another adult have to be present, or do parents have to be notified? If the kid doesn't want to speak to the SRO, are they free to leave? Could you help us understand that?
Absolutely. So it really depends on many of the circumstances related to the reason for the contact. If the student is detained for a criminal investigation, let's say a domestic violence case or that weapons case, that student is not free to leave. However, if it's one of our school resource officers following up with, maybe there's been recent gang activity or conversations of gang activity, and the school resource officer is checking in with kids that might be at risk for getting caught up in that activity, that doesn't rise to the level of a detention, and it might really just be a counseling and mentoring session. So that would not require or have any kind of detention associated to it. Additionally, the parents in that case would not have to be notified simply because our school resource officer was on campus and had spoken to their child based on our practices. It is exceptionally common for the students that our school resource officers work with regularly to have good relationships and direct connection to those parents. Does that answer the question, Chair?
So if a child is detained, the parent is contacted.
That is correct. Yeah, that is the practice of the school. And it should be noted if there's essentially like a Miranda warning level interview of a child, the law requires that before that occurs, that a lawyer is called. So you're not going to find criminal investigations occurring with with much frequency on a school campus. That's not really what the law is designed to do.
Okay, thank you. Other clarifying questions at this point?
Chair, I just wanted to also just chime in that, again, it's my experience that they will reach out to a parent either before they engage with the child when they've been requested, or at some point during or after they've been requested. That's been my experience in this district.
Okay, thank you. All right, Mr. Gaines, let's go to theme 4 and see if there's any clarifying questions about that theme or about any of the overall information that's been presented so far. No, I guess I'm extra curious tonight. Anyone else? Okay, with that, I believe the next step is to open up to public comment. Based on the number of people that have comment, I will advise on how many minutes you have. Captain Canfield, are you our timekeeper? Cool, thank you. All right, going in to see. It looks like, well, give me a second. Well, this is, oh, the number of speakers is increasing by the second here. Okay. So with the number of speakers that we have, my recommendation is that each speaker has 90 seconds, or a minute and a half. That sounds better, doesn't it? A minute and a half to express your thoughts. And I will
Chair
start.
Avita,
Yes.
yeah, I would just like to perhaps make a recommendation that the name of the person who has spoken be written down just in case they put the hand up again with so many people. You don't want to be calling the same person 2, 3 times.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you for that suggestion. We don't want anyone sneaking in here. All right. I will start with Alexander Brown. Please go ahead. Oops. Not sure what happened there.
Chair Iyer, I actually didn't see his hand up. I'm not sure if he's.
Oh, that's, his hand's no longer up. I don't know what happened. Okay. I will then move to Keenan Moose. Please go ahead.
Mr. Moose, you can unmute yourself and speak now.
All right, can you hear me?
Yes.
I just like, first of all, this is Kiyoshi Taylor, not what I says Moose, but I just like to thank those of you guys who actually listened and had conversations with us in the public. Regardless of your recommendations, we are going to continue to fight for SRO removal until we get the proper resources put into schools. So we appreciate some of you guys, but we're not going anywhere. Thank you.
Chair Iyer, you're muted.
Well, that's not helpful, is it? All right. Salim Demerji, please go ahead.
Hi, I'm Salim. I used to work for the school district as a debate instructor, and I now live and work in Mountain View. I think it would be great to have the same sorts of programs that we have now, but carried out by people who are trained to run those programs. I really don't think that's an ideological thing to say. I hope anyone with common sense could agree. You want someone doing the job that they were trained to do. And the wellness checks, for instance, could be done a lot better by someone who has a training in behavioral health. And a lot of the programs that the SRO runs is similar. I have to say, I think the person who is currently the SRO, I believe his last name is Lloyd, seems like a great guy. And if there is a crime on campus, I hope he's the one who shows up. And I think that could be something you include in an MOU. But if there isn't a crime, a cop is not the right person to be there. They shouldn't be the person responding to wellness checks. There was a story that he shared where he went to talk to a young person about her grades slipping. And they found out that the reason her grades were slipping was because of social media and procrastination. That is not a conversation for a cop to be having with a girl at her house. A lot of other people, behavioral health experts or teachers, would be better suited for those conversations. Thank you.
Thank you. Tony Moos, please go ahead.
Sorry for that delay. The unmute button just popped up. I'm Toni Mose. I am a mother of 4 Los Altos High School graduates and also a family practice physician who works in a college setting at a student health center working with young people. I was part of the police task force in Los Altos that helped to get the removal of the SRO from the Los Altos High School campus. My children are all Black children in the community. And I feel very strongly that SROs, as Salim had said, are not the right people to do many of the things that they are doing. We decided at Los Altos High School that the police station is a mere 2 to 3 minutes away. If a police officer is needed, that police officer can be called for a crime. Mental health professionals are trained to work with youth and adults who are having crises, including behavioral crises. 40 hours of training what the SRO gets is not enough. They are not equipped to do the job they're supposed to be doing. Students need people who are trained to take care of them properly. I work closely with police officers when I have students who need 72-hour holds. I want to work with mental health professionals when I need those students to be taken care of. We need to do better for our students. SROs are not the ones to be doing many of the duties we expect them to do. They need to be moved off of campus, and we need to put in professionals who are equipped to do the job properly. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker will be Kevin Ma.
Evening board, my name is Kevin Ma. I'm a resident of Mountain View in the San Antonio neighborhood. I'd like to echo the ideas of the previous speakers that fundamentally, at the end of the day, for issues, you should have a issue-specific person working on that. And police officers are unfortunately burdened by society as being like the catch-all for every societal ill, when in reality, again, it's the hammer and nail. There's only so much they have been trained to do, and that fundamentally, we do not want to be desensitizing students towards just the act of like a police officer being everywhere, because as we see in other places, like sending police officers onto traffic stops can create long-term societal issues, as with all the shootings and stuff. But as long as there is a program, it should be very clear on exactly what the metrics of a program should be, so that resources are used and allocated correctly and not frivolously for basically an idea in people's minds that does not have a reflection on reality. Thank you.
Thank you. Keenan Moss, please go ahead.
Hello, good morning. My name is Keenan Mose. I'm a resident of Los Altos and a graduate of Los Altos High School. I often spend a lot of time at Mountain View High School playing soccer for MVLA and have shared throughout the removal of them for Los Altos and prior discussions here trying to work with Mountain View, different experiences that we had where we were targeted by the police, made uncomfortable, and my siblings have also stepped up and shared stories as well. So I know that tonight did not go the way that we were hoping, but this is really just the beginning. We're working on accountability. We're working on making sure that we can have better resources responding to take care of our students and to take care of our children. And that's not happening right now. So thank you so much for the hard work that's been done to start making progress. And let's keep this ball rolling, because there are so many better options for taking care of our students than having an armed person who's trained to kill, not trained to protect, not trained to help, not trained to work with children on our campuses. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Bria Miles, you're up next. Bria, are you on mute possibly?
Hello. Oh my goodness, thank you for that. So I was a California educator, and I also had the privilege of being a guest teacher at a couple of Mountain View schools. PSAB and City of Mountain View, your decisions today come in the midst of a governor, 2 judges, and 2 juries that have and will impact the Black youth in America and the few Black and brown youth in your Mountain View schools in ways in which your surveys and data collections and this discourse, unfortunately, could never do justice. The police-free schools movement has garnered so much information on student and school community safety. I hope that you're doing your due diligence before upholding the status quo of police power and the carceral system in education. The key themes 1 through 4 are subtly convoluted. The stance and stakeholders who commit to this important dialogue should always be transparent. I do know that you guys are doing the work. I think that in light of the arrest data and the anecdotes about SRO practices, it's important to revisit our understanding of the school to prison pipelines. These offenses, if not in the context of merely criminalizing Black and brown youth for adolescent behavior, they have show a disparate impact in comparison to their white peers. And these offenses are better met by adults trained in trauma-informed practices like counselors and social workers. Most importantly, for improving school culture, restorative justice that can disrupt and prevent institutionalism in these students and your students. And so school campuses, if there's a nexus between crime and schools, you need to treat the student and not the crime. I recommend Chris Henning and Jeff Ward for scholarship on responding to the system of the police state and the carceral system in education. Chris Henning and Jeff Ward. Thank you.
Captain Canfield, it's a little bit hard to read your screen, just FYI. So
Okay, I'll hold up the timer on the phone because I don't have a better system yet until I get a computer. But I don't want to interrupt. That's up to you, if that's okay.
Yeah, no, that's okay. I couldn't quite read it, so
I won't hold it up unless it's gone, unless the time is up. How's that sound?
got it. Okay, got it. Okay, next up we have Alex Churchill. Alex, please go ahead.
Hey everyone, I'm Alex. I'm a resident of Rex Manor. And first of all, I want to say thank you to the staff for all of the data collection. I think the folks on this call who know me know that I love data collection. So I was really excited to see that. That said, I think we can do a little bit better than purely sentiment data collection, which I think doesn't always tell you everything that you need to know. So for example, do I like something, right, is a different question than is it cost effective? It's also not weighted by how much someone's interacted with the SRO program, or, as we noted, not everyone knows the purpose of the SRO program, so it's not weighted by if someone's assessing against the purpose of the program. So I view it as a good directional indicator, but I still think it's useful to have more kind of measurable data to use as an absolute indicator. And an example of that is, for example, like for the Dreams and Futures summer program, I think one of the things that I like about it is I can concretely measure, here's how many kids go through the program, here's what it costs, and it's easy to make an assessment, is this kind of a worthwhile investment for the city? So with respect to the specific recommendations, I was really happy to see recommendations 1A and recommendation 4, which were about sort of specific purposes of SROs, making sure that those specific purposes are clear and that they're followed. And I'd like to carry that forward a little bit and extend those recommendations to include data collection. So we shouldn't just have a clear purpose. Let's measure how we're doing against that purpose. So I see I'm out of time, but I think you know the rest. Thanks.
Thank you for that. Next up, we have Sebastian Brisbois. Sorry if I had mangled that.
Hey, that's okay. A lot of people have trouble with my name. Anyway, my name is Sebastian Brisbois, And yeah, so given that the SRO program exists, I think a lot of these recommendations seem reasonable, but to me, it looks like it leaves room for the expansion of the SRO program. For example, what's spelled out in recommendation 2B. And I really don't think at this point there should be any expansion of the SRO program because there has been no real exploration of alternatives to it. I think if you're looking at a program and just measuring it relative to itself, of course, is fine. And you can look at ways to improve it. And that's all good and all, but like the whole thing that I would hope that would be explored is why is it there in the first place? Is that really necessary the way it is? And can we do better and find a better solution, or is this the best we can do? And I just wonder what makes law enforcement the best to provide many of these services to students. I mean, if 27% of high school students feel negative, that's a bit alarming about their feelings on the SRO program. And I know that's not necessarily representative, but that's still noteworthy. And I think if there's programs that are necessary that are provided by SROs, I wonder why it's not provided by the schools or the school districts themselves. That seems like a failing on their part that SROs are filling the gap for. So I think maybe there exists an alternate solution that would provide the programs that are needed and would also make other students feel at ease who are uncomfortable with SROs.
Thank you, Mr. Brissois. Your time is up. Okay, I will move on to Janine Valdez.
Hello, can you hear me? Hello?
Yes, go ahead.
Thank you. Good evening. My name is Janine Valadez. I too was a member of the police task force in Los Altos, and I'm calling in today as a resident of Los Altos, but having had a student in the MVLA school district. I would like to echo Dr. Moses' comments about her experiences with young people. But from my standpoint, I believe this: any and all instances of a cop on campus, whether general patrol or an SRO, must always be the result of a call to action and fully documented, even if detention does not happen. Structured community relations programs are great, but should be of an opt-in nature and off campus. But under no circumstances is even the best intentioned and passionate police officer qualified to replace a professionally educated and trained counselor or a mental health professional in supporting the kids' needs. It's a really simple concept, but here are some analogies that might prove more impactful. You would not let a highly trained landscape architect teach your kid math. You would not let an astrophysicist train your kid in literature. You would not let a medical researcher be your kid's pediatrician. Why on earth would we let a professional law enforcement officer address your kids' behavioral and psychological troubles or act as proxies to parents or teachers or counselors as mentors? It really befuddles me, and I'm not here to denigrate police officers. My brother is one.
Thank you, Miss Valadez. Your time is up.
Thank you.
Let's see. Wow, the list keeps on growing. You guys fooled me. Thought we were getting to the end of the list, and we are nowhere close. All right, Caroline Charo, you're up next.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, please go ahead.
Great. I am a Mountain View public school parent, and I'm a former public school teacher, and I have yet to experience anything where having an armed police officer roaming around the school campus led to a positive experience. And I have plenty of experiences where their presence intimidated students or needlessly escalated a situation. And as a parent, I don't want my daughter to be randomly encountering armed law enforcement officers when she's just trying to learn at school. So I understand there are specific structured diversion programs that get positive feedback from participants, but that doesn't mean that SROs should be on campus anytime in an unstructured manner. And several members made comments that they feel SROs provide useful services to students in need. But as other commenters have said, so far nobody has articulated why those services should be provided by an SRO instead of a professional that is specifically trained to provide mentorship and support to students, like a counselor or a social worker. And the data that was just presented showed 70% of high school students had a neutral or negative experience with SROs. So I don't know why we should continue investing in a program that less than a third of students found positive. So as a parent, I just want to strongly voice my opposition to any sort of unstructured SRO presence in schools and my support for investing all that time and resources into trained mental health professionals instead. Thank you.
Thank you. Miriam Connor, you are up.
Hi, thanks everyone. I want to agree with the last speaker and the speakers who've asked questions about why these services are being provided by police officers versus other trained professionals. I think that's an important consideration. I also understand that the work of the subcommittee and the staff show that youth services unit diversion programs like Dreams and Futures and the Police Activity League, so these really highly structured diversion programs are a resource that kids are benefiting from. And so I think, we don't want to just pull something away from kids that they're using as a resource, but I haven't seen the evidence that having officers on campus during passing periods and these sort of unstructured times is similarly effective. And it in fact can be harmful to students of color or students with personal or family trauma with the police. So I think, let's maintain these structured diversion programs, but let's put them off campus when possible. And I think when police are on campus, it should be structured. It should be when they're called specifically to campus or when they need to be there for these programs. I disagree with recommendation 2B that we should develop more programs to bring police to campus because I just don't see that supported in the survey results. And I just think we need more accountability for the program as well. So I think annual reviews would be great with some well-defined metrics that show how these are affecting student outcomes and information about the visits to campus and home visits would be wonderful. Thank you.
Thank you. Renee Rashid, you are up next.
Hi. Thank you for all the research by the SRO subcommittee and for the PSAB for considering this very important topic. I do not believe that your recommendations 2A and 2B go far enough to address the issue of the trauma caused by armed police on campus, especially for Black and Brown students. Instead of relying on SROs as mentors and counselors, we should take note of the success gained by having someone in that role and make it so that there are actual professionals whose job and professional training and research is how to understand, communicate with, empathize with, and work with teenagers. So professional mentors, counselors, mental health experts, behavioral health experts, those are the people that we want in that role. While I believe that having a grievance process is necessary to ensure that all SRO activities are conducted in the proper manner, I believe that we need to stop thinking of armed police officers as the best resource to mentor students just because they are available. Instead, let's first think of who is the best person to fill that role and hire them. However, I do understand that many of the structured programs that MVPD provides are regarded very highly. And in light of that, if you do choose to keep the SRO program, then I agree with the other recommendations, 1A, B, and C, to bring transparency and accountability to this program. I do think we need all the data collection, reporting, and tracking, and defining specific, very specific goals and making sure that we achieve those goals. Thank you.
Thank you. It's a little confusing. Some people still have their hands up and they've already gone. So if you could, some of you could double check, that would be great. All right, thank you. Dave Lutger, you are up next. Thought you had your hand up, Dave, but your hand is no longer up. So, oh, it is up, but we have Andrew Kane. Andrew, why don't you go ahead?
Hi, good evening. Andrew Kane. I am with the Law Foundation of Silicon Valley, and I am the director of our Legal Advocates for Children and Youth program. I have spent 20 years working directly with youth, many of whom are youth of color, students who are served by the Santa Clara County community, and system-involved youth. And I come before the board tonight asking for the board to adopt recommendations that would cease the SRO program. And I first want to acknowledge the thorough research that has been done in advance of tonight's meeting, but I want to highlight one thing specifically from that research, and that is the avowed purpose. I think it is laudable that the recommendations include a desire for clarity of that purpose, but one thing is clear, that there seems to be a focus on relationship building and mentoring. And the question I think that needs to be asked is whether spending nearly $1 million to support student resource officers is the right approach with that purpose in mind, or is the better approach to divert that money to counselors, psychologists, other mental health professionals, and restorative justice programming. I think the answer to that question is clear, and the money should be diverted to the latter. I would also note that there has been a lot of research outside of the city of Mountain View into the merits of SRO programs. And
Mr. Lutger, I'm sorry, your time is up. We appreciate your comments. I'm sorry, Mr. Kane. Mr. Lutger, let's try again. You are up.
There it is. I didn't see the prompt. Can you hear me?
Yes, please go ahead.
Okay, awesome. Thanks. Not too much to add. I just want to add, I think, a +1 to the folks kind of requesting. I think more outcomes-based data is going to be great. And while sentiment analysis is valuable, I think we want to actually measure what is happening versus what people feel is happening. Because I'm feeling like a little bit, the recommendations are kind of like, people feel this, but they're wrong. So we need to prove to them that they're wrong, instead of like, why do people feel that way? Because I think there probably are real things that are happening that are causing the perceptions. So +1 to the folks so far who have kind of made those statements already. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Lutger. Mr. McKenzie, please go ahead.
Hi, all. You may have seen in the Mountain View Voice on Friday that there was a teenager that has been implicated in perhaps in the local bomb threats at schools. And I am all for non-carceral restorative justice approaches, diversion programs, where we don't immediately send that kid down into the so-called school to prison pipeline. But my question is, how many failure points did we have as society to get to that point, where there's a kid that's calling out and making bomb threats at local schools? How many times, if there was a counselor on campus, would they have been able to see something and have a conversation so it doesn't get to the point where we need diversion programs? If we're thinking about public safety, there have been 2 suicide clusters of high school students in the local area in the past decade and a half or so. That to me is the major issue of public safety. That is the thing that makes me question if I ever want to start a family here. Our cops aren't the ones to be providing services that are coming out. We need people who are actually trained for the job. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Mr. England, you are up next.
Just got the unmute. Thank you, Chair Iyer, committee members. Yes, thank you for all the work that you all have done on this. It's hard work and it's very much appreciated. Like a lot of the speakers who've already talked, I believe that the Mountain View Police Department providing this SRO service on our school campuses is not appropriate. It should be provided by counselors, school psychologists, and career counselors. The piece about careers in law enforcement is laudable, but there are other careers to be had, not just in law enforcement, and being able to have those resources on campus is very important. That might mean the school district needs to step up and provide those more and hire more counselors and psychologists if that's what's needed, instead of turning it over to the police department. A few specific points: if you are going to continue this, the MOUs are lacking in coverage and in clarity. They need to be provided for every school that's having the SRO program in one way or another, including the private schools like St. Francis. Sounds like there's an MOU for one district, but not the other, and nothing for the private schools. So I don't understand why that is. I find it very confusing. And then just to remind you, so you are well aware that you have the budget and mental health work plan items coming up, and so you'll want to be strategic about what you cover in these recommendations. It'd be great if all were considered at once, but that's not the way it is. And then lastly, whatever you do, the programs need to respect student privacy and autonomy. Thank you.
Thank you. Looks like we have one speaker left. Alex Brown, please go ahead.
Hey, Al. I appreciate the consideration of this issue tonight. I also really appreciate the previous commenters taking time out of their evening to come out. My main notes come down to the fundamentals. I think that the city should be focusing on allocating resources to best benefit students. We should be considering their needs first and figure out what solutions best address those needs. We also ought to consider potential negative externalities of any of these options and not simply just write those off. I'd rather have seen a zero-based analysis than an assumption of value in the status quo, but I really appreciate the focus on setting clear goals and measurements so that we can understand what the kids are getting out of this program going forward. And since I have time, I'll miss you, Mr. Treasurer, but also hi, Audrey.
Thank you for that. Okay, and with that, looks like we are done with public comment. Thank you to everybody who came out. I'm going to echo what we just heard from Alex Brown. Thank you to everybody who took the time to be here and to express your comments. They are all very important, and I'm sure I speak for all of the board members when I say thank you for being so passionate about this issue. We feel the same. So with that, I will come back to PSAB members and see if there are any other clarifying questions before we proceed into discussion. Okay, I don't see anything. So Mr. Gaines, I think we're moving into discussion. What is your recommendation on the best way to sort of parse that?
So there are a number of things you could do. You could say you like the recommendations as they are, and you can say you'd like to recommend those existing recommendations as they are, or you could ask members if they have any modifications to any recommendations, or if they have any additional recommendations, if they'd like to strike any recommendations. I recommend that you just allow each member to kind of chime in on what their feelings are, and not that we go one by one, but each member gets an opportunity to state any recommendations or feelings they have.
Okay, so don't go one by the recommendations, but go one by the board members is your thought? Yes. That sounds good to me. Okay, so looking around PSAB, would anyone like to begin with your thoughts on the recommendations? Any specific changes, any additions, anything you'd like to strike out? Member Langton, thank you for raising your hand. You are up first. Please go ahead.
Make sure I'm not muted. Oh, my lights went off. Yeah, generally I support all of the recommendations. I do agree with several of the callers where it would be nice if there were more metrics, that like an SRO at the end of each shift kind of like had an activity sheet that he had to submit, and that there were actually things that they could point to at the end of the year as far as what their accomplishments were. Kind of was item one, where they wanted better communication to the community about what, how the SRO program functioned, what its key objectives were, and what the purpose was. I think actually having data on what they do every day could be helpful. That's it.
Thank you. Member Brodowski? You might still be on mute.
There we go.
There you go.
Okay. I made a number of notes because I came onto this board thinking that the police was the police of the United States and that we had to do something about these evil people. And so I've had an education for the past year. And what I've been seeing is that most of the noise about getting rid of the police, removing them from the schools, is not based on evidence. It's based on the idea that a policeman has a gun, therefore he's not positive, or he's not a good thing for students, or things like that. And so I went looking for information among community people, expecting to hear a lot of, oh my God, we've got to get the cops out of the schools. And I really had to dig to find any parent who had anything negative to say about the SRO program. I was amazed. So I did find a few incidents, but in even with a couple of incidents, and one of them we know where an SRO asked a girl who was Black if she really belonged in the school. We're going to have some problems like that, I think. So that's just because we're an institution. Then there are a lot of recommendations. So we have to define the purpose, and then we have to use psychologists and so on. But I think we can expect that our reasons for having SROs might change over the years. If we put in a rigid system, we might not be happy with what comes out. I tend to downplay. I know people say, oh, 30% of the kids in Mountain View High School don't want the SROs. But on the other hand, this is an age where everybody's opposed to any kind of authority. So of course, a good number of the kids are going to be opposed to policemen. It doesn't mean that we shouldn't take them into account, but take that into account also. So finally, when I visited the Mountain View High School, we were told that there are 4 SROs, and if I'm not mistaken, there are 8 psychologists on the staff, and they could use about 12 more, and they don't have the money for it. So what people would like us to substitute the cops for are already there and working. And my feeling is that we've got something that's been working for 30 years that parents are really delighted with, and teachers are scared to death we're going to take them out. So I like the recommendations of our committee. End of diatribe.
I'm not sure if I would use the word diatribe, but thank you, Joan, for your thoughts. Member Frank, please go ahead.
Hello, sure. My issue, not really sure how to address it, but with recommendation 4, it seems to me that if you sort of codify when when they're going to be there, instead of giving them the flexibility to go where they feel they are needed, but it takes ability to do their jobs and react to conditions. So, for instance, if an SRO is only allowed to be at a school site at 11 o'clock on a Friday, and a student has an issue at 10 o'clock on that same day, he may not get the benefit of that SRO. And so as long as we're not saying that in this recommendation, it's fine. It's fine for me for it to be more predictable to staff. I'm not sure I'm comfortable with it being predictable to students and anybody else.
Member Frank, I'm not sure if I fully followed. So you're saying?
Oh, what it says here is the YSU procedural manual should specify that SRO presence on high schools' campuses should be more structured, with officers primarily being on campuses to either provide or participate in specific activities and programs or respond to calls for service, which to me says they should only come at certain times for certain reasons. And again, it's my personal experience that they come when they are needed for things that don't necessarily fit something that everybody's decided what is in advance. And so I'm hesitant to sort of handcuff their flexibility to be able to respond to things that they know may become a thing that they're needed for. That's really my beef.
Okay. I guess I thought the wording was okay with that, but I'm gonna read it again.
It's again, I don't want to tighten down on how they're able to do their work. I think what they're doing is pretty specific, and what they're responding to is pretty specific. I just want to tighten down on how they're able to do it.
Okay. Thank you. Member Wang?
Cool. So kind of first there's some things that I'd like to add and some things that I heard in public comment that I think are valuable. I think especially adding to, I think it's 1C, just adding some metrics for review for when we do review the SRO's work for the year as PSAP. I think having those metrics for review would be valuable, as well as kind of documenting the interactions and then whatever is kind of reasonable for us to share with the PSAP and the public. That would be great. And then to kind of clarify on structure, I think that was written with the intention of kind of focusing more SRO resources and SRO kind of time outside of whenever they're called by the schools. So whenever they're called by the schools, we do expect that the SROs will continue to, respond to these calls. But kind of outside of that, rather than the kind of casual interactions that they're having right now, we are trying to encourage kind of less casual interaction and more structured interaction for dialogue, for dialogue and kind of just for when you see them. So they will still be there when they're called, I guess is what I'm trying to say.
So can I discuss with you that the casual interaction is often the thing that helps them see things that may be otherwise missed. So I don't, that's a tool in their bag, is talking to people and getting to know them. So are you saying that you don't want that part to happen?
Well, yeah, kind of limiting that a little bit more, just because I do understand that there's a lot of value in kind of just seeing people in their element. But at the same time, I think a lot of the students could feel potentially uncomfortable, especially if they're not the ones who are used to that kind of interaction. Like if there's someone who just comes to talk to you, might feel uncomfortable anyway. And kind of having these structured environments and then leaving having the structured environments, but then leaving space for them to kind of get to know them, I think would potentially be more beneficial to people.
So, again, I feel like what we're saying is this student over here needs this service and the officer comes to talk to that student, but we don't want that to happen because this other student over here is concerned about that. So the student who needs the service doesn't get it because the other student is somehow affected by it. But the student who's not affected, who's not using the service, who feels affected by it, is sort of being given their preference there. Do you see what I'm saying?
So kind of when a student needs the service, we do expect that the SRO goes and gives them the service. But in a way, it's like if they're called, like we know the student needs the service, so we're going to call the SRO and they're going to receive that service. And we think that's really important.
Right. But what I'm saying to you is that these needs are not predictable. They're not, you can't put that on a schedule. And so if you say that you can only come to school at this time and that you can't have casual consensual conversations with students that you regularly work with, you're taking that away. You're taking a resource away from that student.
Right. So I think we're not trying to say that you can only come on like Fridays at 2 p.m. They can come whenever they're called. So
no, I know,
anytime.
But you're saying that you only want them to come when they're called. But you don't want them to have casual consensual conversations with students that they continuously work with, right? You don't want to have that.
Because we do find that from the survey results and from a lot of community members that we've spoken with, that those interactions are potentially really scary for everyone else. So the students that they do regularly work with, we do want to have these structured programs and have these opportunities outside of school for them to keep in touch with these SROs and always have space for them to kind of continue building that relationship, but just not necessarily at random times during the hallway at school.
Yeah, I would tend to agree with Jeanette on this. I think a student interaction with an SRO, unless there's a crime involved, needs to be opt-in. And if an SRO is just wandering free, I think that is not an opt-in situation. And I've heard from the SROs directly, that's not the most efficient way to actually reinforce their connections with students. Where that happens most effectively is in things like PAL or in structured programming, like maybe they're giving a presentation on gangs or vaping. That's where those connections are really cemented. It's not necessarily fist bumping around campus. And so, given that we do have students that are clearly triggered, sorry, that's not a good word, are clearly disturbed by the presence of police officers on campus, I think a couple of things. One is, I think that if the SROs are coming to campus, they're coming with a specific purpose. For me, there's kind of three different purposes. One is that they're called, right? Two is they're coming for programming. Three is they're coming because there is a community concern that has maybe spilled over onto campus, say gangs and stuff, right? Those kind of, for me, are the three things. And if they're called, it might be because there's a criminal thing or because a specific student has asked for them, right? So I'm going to be clear there. I would like them to not, stick to those and not really wander around campus kind of freely and things. It is troublesome to students, including, and I spoke to a number of people in the Latino community. While they are supportive of SROs, at the same time, they don't necessarily want them just, roaming around, right? They want to see them in a structured way with structured programming with a purpose, right? Otherwise, their intent can be misconstrued. So I would support Jeanette and even take it a step further that come to campus, but schedule your times. Notify the school that you're coming. Don't just show up and don't wander. We would recommend not wandering around because you are making a percentage of the population of students uncomfortable, right? That I think could be a positive way to address the various issues that we've heard. So that's where I'm coming from right now.
Madam Chair.
Oh, Audrey, please go ahead.
Yes, I'm just wanting to see if a process suggestion might be helpful for the commission. That any of these themes and recommendations, I think, could generate a very hearty discussion with different views and possibly different modifications. But I think in the interest of time and allowing everyone to be heard, is to go ahead and let people complete their comments on going through all the recommendations, anything that they would like to change, or just generally stating support if that's where they are. And then I think the way to talk about whether you are all on the same page, which I feel like perhaps you're trying to get through conversation, can often be achieved by someone putting forward a suggested motion, either with the recommendation as stated or the recommendation with edits or modifications. And then that's a way to focus the conversation to see where the majority support among the commissioners would be. If that process works for you, that would be my suggestion.
Okay, I think we were on that path and then we kind of veered off of it. So let's see how we can get back on. Okay. Oh, my screen's flashing. Okay, Member Tang, you have not spoken yet. Why don't we take a page from Audrey's suggestion book, and just generally, why don't you go through the recommendations and give us your thoughts of where you're standing right now?
Commissioner Iyer, would you mind if I asked Jeanette if she was finished? I think we kind of went on the tangent when she was in the midst of her comments.
That's a good point. Jeanette, I apologize. Member Wang, please resume where you were before we diverted you.
I was pretty much finished, just kind of adding on to the recommendation 1C that we should put some metrics for review.
Okay, thank you. Member Tang, over to you.
I'll try not to say too much because I was one of the people who authored these recommendations anyway. Yeah, the intent is never to reduce the capacity in which MVPD can respond to actual criminal things. They actually do require a police officer, because in some cases, yes, a police officer is the best person for the job. So if, one of those 7 arrests between 2017 to now, I felt like, yeah, those are the right times to call MVPD, namely the SRO, because they will have more experience with children than a member of MVPD who is not assigned to the youth services unit. That's not part of anything in this recommendation. The recommendation number 4 is really more about those times when officers are around, trying to have those casual interactions, just kind of in the hallway, talking to people that are passing by, things like that. Students have reported that they felt really intimidated during those times. Pizza, cops handing out pizza, some of those students might skip out on lunch because they don't want to get in line. And so we felt like the best practice would be reduce the amount of casual interaction in which there could be people whose traumas get invoked in lieu of the word triggered. But something that we really wanted to support was police officers, or the SROs, being able to support the kids that they already support. If I need to talk to little Jimmy and, ask him how his classes are doing, maybe checking in with him, how are things at home, how are you feeling about school and all that? Definitely, that's part of your structured time. Checking in with the students within MVPD's diversion and support programs. What we don't want is we're going to go hang out at lunch and just see who we can talk to, Another thing is that with the survey's purpose was One, was to answer the questions. One, does the perceived purpose of MVPD's SROs match the actual given purpose of MVPD's SROs? And the answer is no. A lot of people don't think that the SROs are there for mentorship. A lot of people think that they're there for security, but that's, according to MVPD, that's absolutely not why they're there. And so the perception of such makes people think that, yes, cops are there for the right, that those are the right people for the job because I think they're doing security things. Also, we actually don't know how successful this program has been for 30 or so years because there are no metrics. In the MOU, it was specified that there should be yearly evaluations, but there was no clear language requiring them, and there was no clear language requiring exactly what metrics should be in it. It said, can include, but not should include. There's very vague language in the MOU. So that should be made very clear. Other than that, I don't really have much to add to input for the recommendations. Thanks for listening.
So I'd like to make a recommendation I'm sorry, I'd like to make a motion to add a recommendation to section 1 that really addresses this metrics goals. So Mr. Gaines, help me understand how to do this.
Absolutely, and Ms. Ramberg may want to follow up, but I would suggest actually that if any of you feels strongly about making a motion, that it be a motion to adopt all of the recommendations with whatever modifications you proposed. For example, if you wanted to adopt recommendation 1B, 1C, 2A, and all the others except for 1A as they are, you would move to adopt those recommendations and to modify 1A as you specify. And then following that proposal, you would need someone to second it, and you can discuss, anybody can ask clarifying questions, and ultimately you can take the vote.
And you may wish to call on Commissioner Sandhu, who's not yet gone through his comments.
Oh, sorry, Cal.
I thought you forgot me, Kavita.
I could never.
No worries at all.
Please go ahead.
Anyways, it's basically, I do like all the recommendations. Yes, we do need to tweak some of them. And like just as most of our members have voiced, we do need accountability in the sense that we need data. We need the data, we need the metrics so that every year we can evaluate where they stand at, what has been done, and what can be improved. So those are the things I would like to add. Thank you.
Thank you. Member Tang, your hand is still up. Okay. And Ms. Ramberg, your hand is still up as well? Okay, no, okay. Member Wang?
Yes, I just wanted to add, I think Mr. England was mentioning something about MOUs for all schools. I think I kind of just thought that was going to be a thing, but to kind of be more specific, I do also agree that we should have MOUs with all schools.
I also made a note of that. Member Tang?
Sorry, I forgot to add earlier that we also need to consider the small proportion of Black students that we do have in the population, given that there's been Black flight in the Bay Area and they've African Americans have been priced out of this area, unfortunately. So there will be a small proportion of Black teens who have answered the survey. But then that also begs the question, why are people fleeing Mountain View, and why is Mountain View not a welcoming community for Black teens and Black parents? And then there's been questions about removing this as a resource for Black and Brown teens. It also begs the question, where are the other services for Black and Brown teens? Why would there be a vacuum? And I think school districts need to do a better job of that if they are to support all students and if their mission is to support all students. Thanks.
Thank you. Member Langton?
Yeah, I'm in support of your metrics thing. I think I talked about it earlier. I don't know if we would need to talk to Mike about what the metrics would be. Do we need specifics, or would we just say, in 1A, the SROs should provide their activity each day, but like, what categories would that be? Would it be an arrest? Would it be the PALS program? How do you track all that activity?
My guess is at this stage of things, the recommendation would be to establish those and not maybe hold off on going a step deeper at this point.
Sounds good.
Okay. So, Mr. Gaines, I'm gonna try my best to go through this, and I will look at your face to see if I'm doing the right things or not. Try to read your poker face there. So recommendation 1A. Is there anyone that would like to see that motion edited in any way? I would, so I will go ahead. There's two things in 1A that I would like to see addressed. One is that the purpose of the SRO program is clear in the MOU, and the school staff jurisdiction is also outlined clearly in the MOU. So there's no, let's just say there's less room for misunderstanding. Okay. I want the school staff to feel empowered for what we do feel that they are capable of doing. Okay. The second thing is, I believe there needs to be a MOU for Mountain View Wisman School District called out in the recommendation. Right now it just says MVLA. And I'm wondering, would it be reasonable to set dates for MOU with MVLA to be, that one exists, but it's out of date. So it needs to be updated and signed. And then the MOU with Wisman needs to be created. And then if there needs to be MOUs with the private schools, that would also be a new undertaking. Would it be reasonable to try to set some dates for that so that we don't go too long without having them? So those are kind of two things on my mind, and I'm open to thoughts from folks, including from Captain Canfield. Like, do you think we could put some reasonable dates around when those things could be completed without putting too much pressure, but still, making sure that there's some goal in mind?
If I may interject before Captain Canfield.
Okay.
My suggestion would be not to put a time limit necessarily. Like, the MVLA MOU is pending this discussion and it going to council before that is wrapped up. I obviously am a very short timer. I don't know what capacity there will be to have dialogue with Mountain View Wisman and the other 12, the districts versus schools, all the various schools, to establish MOUs. So my suggestion would be that from this body, the recommendation would be that the city should establish MOUs with all schools that it serves, as opposed to saying by January 2022 have a MOU with this school, and et cetera. Just stating that your recommendation is that there should be MOUs would be an appropriate recommendation.
I'd like to see them before the start of the next school year. So I get nervous, right?
Yeah, and I think it's fine for you to express your desire. I just don't know that if that will be met, and so you can propose such. I'm not sure if that will be achievable. We haven't had that discussion as a staff team, so council will likely ask us, is this doable, before they kind of require us to do it.
Got
And
it.
at that point is when staff will chime in and say, this is realistic for us to do this within this timeline.
Got it.
And I think that certainly your desire that it be as soon as practically possible would communicate the sense of importance to staff. But generally, it's an administrative matter to go through contract process and to determine what timelines are doable in light of the full range of responsibilities and capacity that is available to allot to them. So it wouldn't be a usual policy level direction by the council or recommendation from an advisory body to the council to have that kind of specific timing set to it.
Thanks. Member Wang?
I just wanted to clarify if we're seeking these with each school district or each school. I think I've been hearing two different things.
Well, I think I'd like to see Wisman in the body of 1A, like to establish an MOU with the Wisman School District as soon as practically possible. What I'm not clear on is to cut if for St. Francis, the German International School. I'm not sure what all SROs cover privately. Do you need an MOU with each school, or can there be one private school MOU? And I don't know about that, so maybe that needs to be looked at.
If there's a necessity for an MOU, then each private school, being private, you need a separate MOU with each separate entity. With MVLA, well, there's served by Mountain View, Alta Vista, and Mountain View High School. A district agreement can cover both high schools. Similarly, with Mountain View Wisman, a district agreement could cover all of the Mountain View Wisman schools.
Okay. So I guess my proposal, after all of that input, thank you, is I would like both SRO responsibilities and school staff jurisdiction outlined clearly in the MOU. And I would like to see MOUs with MVLA and Wisman School District as soon as practically possible. And I'd like an evaluation of MOUs with private schools. I'm not sure how much time is spent there, and so I don't want to say yes, it's needed, because I actually don't know. So that's kind of where I am.
May I ask a clarifying question, Sherrier?
Of course.
When you say the jurisdictions of both the city and the school district, do you just mean kind of what's each one's duties and responsibilities or role, so that it's not just defining the role of the city, it's also defining the role of the district?
Yeah, I would like that called out, because we heard back that sometimes there's some gray areas and the schools take advantage of that. So
that's helpful, and I am looking at the current MOU, which does have a section for each, the city and the school district. Right. So that would be consistent.
Perfect.
Do you need a second?
Who was that?
Oh, that was me. Do you need a second for this amendment?
No, sorry, that was my process clarification. Are we, Chair Iyer, going recommendation by recommendation, and then you intend to propose modifications to that, and then the body will vote on that, therefore submitting that recommendation? Or do you want to take a shot at saying that recommendation 1A is the only one that you want to modify, therefore you recommend that modified language and adoption of the other changes as is?
I started with 1A, both because it was 1A and because I had proposed modifications.
Yes, and so we are going to take them recommendation by recommendation and propose the changes and ask people to vote to approve that change and adopt that recommendation.
Melvin, I liked your idea of having one motion that covered all the recommendations. So if the chair has covered the one amendment she would like to make, then if there's a seconder, then that would be what we'd vote on. If there is somebody who wants to amend something else, that could be proposed as a friendly amendment to the original motion.
Okay. And shall I share my screen and allow you to see the recommendation and my attempt at capturing what you are suggesting as the modifications?
That would be great. Thank you.
Okay. I know that I missed something, so why don't you walk me through the changed languages?
I'm good with this. Does anyone on the board? Joan, your hand's raised.
Well, can you hear me?
Yes.
I can back out now and let you go ahead with what you wanted to discuss here, but I was going to make a motion that we accept recommendations 1B all the way through to the end and deal with 1A after we accept everything else. Anybody want to second it?
No.
So just a matter of process. I think that Chair Iyer had proposed she'd made a motion already, and unless she withdraws that motion, then the second motion should not occur.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, if there's going to be a discussion of the motion, there needs to be a second. And I believe, Eva, you were going to second that motion. Did I hear that correctly?
Correct.
Okay. So there's been a motion and a second, and the motion is all of the recommendations with the modification that Mr. Gaines has shown on the screen to recommendation 1A. So if anybody would like to suggest any additional amendments to the recommendations, they could suggest that as a friendly amendment to the standing motion.
Can I just
wait? What? I'm sorry.
We're talking about 1A.
Are we voting just on 1A?
No, I'm suggesting that the board vote on all of the recommendations, and that the motion. Because when you'd said that this was the recommendation you wanted to change.
Well, this is my first one that I wanted to change. So I actually haven't done my whole thing. I let everybody else go. And then I thought we were going recommendation by recommendation. But if we're not doing that, then I will, then we can vote on this one. And then I will take my time to go through all of the recommendations that I think need to be adjusted.
I think we should go recommendation by recommendation.
I agree.
Okay, so we have a motion to vote for this language on, we have a motion to vote to accept this language on 1A, and I believe we have a second. Can we vote on that?
No, before we do that, can I make a comment on this or no?
Yeah, of course.
Okay, so what I'm saying, what I'm hearing is the purpose of this SRO program should be clear in the MOU between the city and MVLA schools, MVWSD schools, and any private schools served by the MVPD SROs. Is that what you're asking for?
Yeah.
So can we use that language just a little clearer?
Okay, you're thinking this is not clear. What would you suggest?
What I just said. So just what's there, and you just add MOU between the city and MVLA schools, comma, MVWSD schools, comma, private schools served by MVPD SROs. The end.
Okay, I like that. That's, I think you've made it more clear.
So
Chair
add,
IR. Oh, sorry.
that was a suggested amendment. However, the clarification that you made, Chair Iyer, was that you wanted the city to evaluate the necessity for MOUs with private schools, and
Right.
that an MOU with MVWSD should be established. I don't believe that what Vice Chair Frink proposed says that. He says that you take that first sentence, the purpose of the SRO program should be clear in the MOU between the city and MVLA, comma, MVWSD, comma, and private schools.
Yeah, that's a good point. So Member Frink, I wasn't sure if we need MOUs with private schools because I don't know what service level there is there. So are you comfortable with saying evaluate the necessity and then execute as soon as possible if there is a need?
Absolutely.
Okay.
I think this isn't a contract, so I think we get the intent as proposed. If you guys are okay with that,
Totally.
we have it.
Okay, great. Could we vote on this?
I'm in favor.
All in favor, please raise your hands with the amended 1A. It looks like we're unanimous.
Melvin, would you mind taking a voice vote, Mr. Gaines?
I do not mind. I'll call your name. Please vote yay, nay, or Member Brodowski,
Yes.
Member Langton,
Yes.
Member Wang,
Yes.
Member Sandhu,
Yay.
Member Tang,
Yay.
Vice Chair Frink,
Yay.
Chair Iyer.
Yay.
Motion passes. We have put forward a recommendation 1A as shown on the screen.
Okay. So recommendation 1B, are there any suggestions to address these, to address the wording, to amend it, to strike any of the words in 1B?
Chair, I make a motion to accept this recommendation as is.
Okay.
Chair IR, could I make it's a quick comment.
Sure.
Okay, I want to point out that these are just recommendations, and so the language isn't like binding. So if we have any amendments that are about like the language of it, the semantics of it, I think that's not necessary. Just pointing it out. I think Vice Chair Frank's amendment earlier made a lot of sense. And in the future, if we have something like that's just about wording, it doesn't need to be adjusted.
Okay. Do we have someone seconding the motion?
I second.
Okay.
Yeah.
Mr. Gaines, could you take a voice vote?
Yes. Member Brodowski,
Yes.
Member Langton,
Yes.
Member Wang,
Yes.
Member Sandhu,
Yay.
Member Tang,
Yay.
Vice Chair Frink,
Yay.
Chair Iyer.
Yay. Okay. Motion, recommendation 1C.
Chair, I have a question about this one.
Okay, please go ahead.
Should this one also include the youth services programs that the team also, the YSU also manages? Is that important here?
Could you clarify what you mean? What other programs?
Teachers and the summer programs, the PAL programs, should that about those programs? This one.
Okay. I read this as any program SROs are involved in, and you're reading it as SRO programs on campus.
Yeah, I think SRO program is separate from, at least I view it as separate from the other youth services programs. It just could be me and my perspective. If the other members go with it as is, then it's good. Let's go.
Can I make a comment?
Yep, go ahead.
Would this be a place to also include some sort of that they should have some sort of activity log of what they do? Like, so this is about provide annual updates on the SRO program, including activities enforcements to the PSAB. Could there be added some sort of language that says, they should regularly keep a data collection of what an SRO does?
Yeah, I mean, I think it goes in the section, whether or not it's a addendum to this recommendation. It might be a standalone recommendation, to be honest.
Okay.
Is kind of where my head's at. I think the annual update should include those metrics, but I think we need a recommendation to actually have metrics as well, if that makes sense. Does that make sense?
Yes.
Okay. Member Wang?
First of all, I think maybe clarifying that YSU programs might be a good clarification. Just so we know, we want to kind of look at everything. And then, yeah, I kind of had the same, like with the recommendation to establish metrics be in this one, but maybe it's the second one or not.
Yeah, it could be. So maybe something like, I guess we could combine it. The MVPD should establish metrics goals for youth services programs and assessment of student outcomes, and provide annual updates on the programs, including those metrics and a summary of program activities. I mean, it just becomes a long recommendation, but sure, it could be done that way. Mr. Gaines, do you have a thought if we should have a separate recommendation for?
It does not matter. I think that a separate recommendation might be cleaner, but it really doesn't matter.
Okay, let's do recommendation 1D. I make a motion to have a recommendation 1D to establish metrics and goals for the youth services programs and assessment of student outcomes. Do I have a second to make that recommendation? It sounded like a lot of people were interested in that. Great.
Second.
Could you repeat that, please?
Establish metrics and goals for youth services programs and assessment of student outcomes. And then I would say potentially identify like a program evaluation resource, because this kind of stuff is going to be under scrutiny. So actually bringing in someone who's, whether it's an organization or a person whose expertise is in that area, I think would be helpful. I think we had a member of the public who's a data person. So who knows? We might have somebody in the community. And then to Member Wang's and Member Langton's point, I think we could go back up to 1C and say, including or is it, I don't know if it's implied, the summary of program activities, the data and outcome, or the goals and outcomes update would be part of that yearly report.
All right, so what I suggest now is that you look at 1C as it's written and you all vote for that. And then we can deal with 1D, which has been proposed. We haven't accepted it yet, so we'll clear up 1C first. I just wanted to document 1D because you were talking.
Yeah, Mr. Gaines, before we were to take a vote on 1D and the reference to an evaluation in 1C, I think there might be different connotations for what that might mean, and reporting on metrics versus having, academic style evaluation of program effectiveness are different things. And I hadn't in the comments that I had been hearing from commissioners throughout about the importance of reporting on metrics, it hadn't been my sense that was an independent programmatic evaluation, which would require resources. And if that is, I just want to make sure that the commission is clear if that's what it's intending, that everybody is clear on that and voting on that, and that staff then can assess the feasibility of doing that.
Member Tang?
So sorry. What I was saying earlier made sense in like my jumbled like 9 p.m. brain, but I think it might have come out unclear. When I said it's not like binding, I meant it's not like the language of the MOU. Like, yeah, there's some tweaks here that are quite important. Also, I'm not sure how 1D would be different than 1C. That's just my opinion.
Okay. Member Brodowski?
Yes, I don't like 1D. I'm afraid that if you start putting up metrics and goals for a program that seems to be, it seems to be something that doesn't need to be fixed, that the people involved in it will be worried about filling their metrics and goals, and will be less involved in what they've really been doing. So I would vote against 1D.
Okay, thank you. Okay. Any other comments before we vote on these? Member Tang, your hand is up. I don't know if that's legacy. Member Brodowski, your hand is still up as well. Okay. Could I have a motion to accept 1C with the revised wording?
So moved.
Second. Okay. Mr. Gaines, would you take a voice vote on recommendation 1C?
It was moved by Vice Chair Frink and seconded by, was that Member Tang?
I think two of us did it at the same time. Yes, that was one of them.
I'm not sure who did it.
Who was the second?
Joan.
Joan? Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Member Sandhu?
Yay.
Member Langton?
Yes.
Member Wang?
Yay.
Member Tang?
Yay.
Vice Chair Frink?
Yay.
Chair Heyer?
Yay. Okay. Then let's go to 1D. Could I have a motion to add this recommendation with the wording that you see?
I motion to add.
Okay. Can I have a second?
I'll second it.
Okay. Mr. Gaines, would you mind taking a voice vote?
Member Langton?
Yes.
Member Wang?
Yay.
Member Tang?
Nay.
Vice Chair Frink?
Nay.
Member Brodowski?
Nay.
Member Sandhu? I got you already. Sorry, you seconded. Oh, I still have to get you to vote. You can second without voting for it. Do you, yay or nay?
Yay.
Chair Heyer?
Yay.
And Member Tang, I don't think I got you.
Oh, I said nay.
I'm Member Wang.
Yay.
So we have no, Tang, Brodowski, and Frink. Yes for the other four, so the motion passes.
So Mr. Gaines, can I stop? And so we heard from Member Brodowski of why she was uncomfortable with this. Can I hear from Member Tang and Member Frink of what were your concerns? I'd like to make sure I understand them.
Oh, I just didn't think that it was any different from what was already established in 1C. but it passes, so.
Okay. Member Frank?
I agree with her.
Oh, it was just extraneous?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Thank you. Okay. I wanted to make sure you weren't opposed to metrics in general. Okay. All right. Well, good job, everybody. Does anyone need a bio break or a stretch? Everybody okay? All right, let's go to 2A.
I think we need to, and it might just be me, but I really feel strongly that MVWSD should be added in these that mention MVLA, but that might just be me.
I would agree with you. And since we've added private schools, I think that wording should be included as well. Should private schools have end up having MOUs? The other thing that I'm wondering about, and I wanted to get people's thoughts on this, is, at least at the start, you know how we have that complaint roll up every quarter? It might be good once, some time has passed to also hear about whether there have been any complaints up through the channel at the school to MVPD. It might be good to hear about that because we are proposing some things here that will have an impact on schools. And so I would be interested not just hearing once a year, at least at the beginning. I would be interested in maybe hearing once a quarter if there are any complaints that came up the pipeline at the schools to MVPD about SROs. Not philosophical complaints, right? Like, I don't believe in, that police ever belong on campuses anywhere, but specific to the situation complaints. So I would be interested in that.
Will we hear that in our regular course of conversations with the department on, because they're already giving us information about their complaints.
I guess I just want to make sure the complaints include SRO complaints because they're a little bit different.
Well, police officer, so it should be included in that.
I don't know. Let me clarify with Captain Canfield.
Yes.
Would your quarterly complaint update include SRO or complaints from the school, from students at schools about SROs?
So it's a really interesting point. I think my initial assessment is that the real intent of gauging and reviewing and providing access to the data and information related to our officer complaints may be very different than our school complaints. So my preference, I think, would be to separate both of those. They may have some similarities. And I think it's important to note that if maybe a school-based complaint kind of rose to the level of a standard complaint that would go to our professional standards unit, then that would get incorporated into those quarterly complaint data that we provide to you. Let's say, there's Officer Guevara is boxing and punches a parent or something like that, right? And that parent complains. That's going to go to the professional standards unit, not just through this school-based complaint data. But if somebody thinks that when Officer Guevara is on campus, he's looking in a mean direction towards students, that might be something that's handled, in a different manner and is reviewed separately, both with the school and not through our professional standards unit. So I think if it goes to the professional standards unit by its merits, then it should be provided with that complaint quarterly data. And if it's separate, then we should probably be providing that separately. I think there'll be a lot of differentiation between the two categories, is my feeling. I think if we start off that way, it would be best. And if we look at it and it looks like it really does kind of merge and overlap a lot, then maybe we can reassess. If that makes sense.
This information could be handed out to us when you hand out your other information that you hand out about complaints. Is not correct?
The train was coming back here at the police department right when you said that. I'm sorry.
No, I heard it too. What I was saying is you could share that information when you share the other information about the rest of the department's complaints and concerns whenever we do that.
Yes, correct. If the request is to do it quarterly, as I think, especially initially, because I suspect that there'll probably be more of an initial increase in the concerns. Maybe initially doing it quarterly would be, certainly it's something that we have capacity to do, providing the school complaints at the same time, but keeping them as a separate kind of group of data sets, if you will. So they're separate, but provided at the same time.
Okay. So it sounds like then maybe there should be some wording that the complaints, any complaints that might come up through this new process that's being put in with school districts, the roll up of those complaints should be presented quarterly. And yeah, I don't see why it couldn't be presented at the same time as the other data that you're rolling up, Mike.
Does that capture it?
Does for me. Anyone else feel this is not clear? And we're not doing wordsmithing here, to Member Tang's point. Just let's make sure it's clear.
Oh, it seems clear to me.
Okay. Can I have a motion to accept the revised wording for 2A?
So moved.
I motion.
Okay.
I second.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Gaines, could you take a voice vote, please?
Chair Iyer.
Yay!
Member Langton.
Yes.
Member Tang.
Nay.
Member Frank.
Yay.
Vice Chair Frank.
That was a yay.
Thank you. Member Sandhu.
Yay.
Member Brodowski. You're on mute.
Yes.
Member Wang.
Yay.
Motion passes 6-1.
Member Tang, your hand's up.
Oh, I wanted to propose a new amendment. Is that possible at this time?
Not really.
Okay.
It's already passed. The time would have been before we call it the vote that you suggest an amendment.
Oh, I thought.
Because it passed, so they accepted it as is.
Okay, so it just said. I guess I was confused on what we voted on because I thought we were voting on that specific amendment.
We just voted on recommendation 2A. Is that what you said?
So we just voted on 2A in its entirety?
Yes.
Oh, never mind then. Sorry.
Okay. Well, now I'm curious. What were you going to say?
Exactly.
Oh, I was going to talk about the sentence before the last amendment. I'm not sure what the school and would. Let me try this again. I'm not sure what the designated point of contact would be doing to work with SROs to ensure they're able to provide structured programs and activities on campuses. I think really it should be just facilitating resolution of complaints / concerns. Because I'm not sure what the second part really does.
Okay.
I think when I read it, I just kind of interpreted it as there's going to be someone who's going to help with like implementing the programs in the schools, and we just have a designated person instead of kind of going around to the admin.
Yeah, I think that the administrators are probably going to be able to work with them to set up organized programs or structured programs that would be able to allow them to engage with students and I feel like that's what you guys were looking to is just create more structure. So
Okay.
what was that?
Not sure what that was. Okay. Thank you for sharing, Member Tang. I see your point. It may not be the same person, I think is what I took away. So, all right, but we voted on it, so we will, yeah. Okay, so let's go to 2B.
I'm to accept this as is.
I second.
I actually have a question, and I don't know if this is an amendment or a separate recommendation. May I go for that before we vote?
Yeah, that'd be discussion.
Yeah. So there's a couple of things that I think, actually there's a few things that I want to mention here that kind of came up with 2B and beyond. One is I think that I'm sorry, the SROs and MVPD in general should continue the work they started this summer with enhancing support for neurodiverse students. Those are also students that are under-resourced, and I want to make sure that they're called out as a place where joint learning needs to happen. Because right now it says students, and I'm concerned it'll just be, just regular, neurotypical students. But neurodivergent students also need support. So that's one thing that I really think there needs to be focus on improving those relations, because a lot of students who are not neurotypical end up having conflict with police later on in life. So, and I think there was some good work done this summer with MVPD, and I'd like to see how that might continue. So that's one. Number two, I would like to see, because we heard such good stuff about diversion programs like PAL and Dreams and Futures, those programs have money, but they don't have personnel resource. I would like to see MVPD explore ways to expose more police department staff to PAL programs. I know in the past that there were some concerns in the number of police officers that got involved were reduced because of some, I forgot the name of the guideline, right? But basically, if you have officers that are getting paid for the same activity for which officers volunteer, there could be a legal challenge later on. There's PAL for a reason, and I would like to see MVPD go back and explore ways to potentially expose more PD staff to PAL programs, because they are, and to DNF. They're well-received diversion programs, but they're under-resourced right now, not financially, but by people. Okay, so those are my two things under 2B. And then I'll bear with me, guys.
Through the chair.
Yeah.
My suggestion for that is that so expanding services for neurodivergent persons and the police department modifying how it, like exploring ways to increase PAL participation sound separate from what 2B is.
Okay.
I would suggest that Vice Chair Frink and Member Langton, I believe, seconded a motion to pass 2B as is. Maybe we
And then we talk about those after. Okay.
Yeah,
I wasn't
as two separate things.
sure. Okay. It's almost like 2BA and 2BB, because they're programs that I'm talking about, but I see your point. Okay. So do you want to do a voice vote on accepting 2B as is?
I did have that mover and seconder correct, right? It was moved by.
Yes.
Okay. Yes, let's vote. Member Radowski,
Aye.
Chair Iyer,
Yes.
Member Langton,
Yes.
Member Wang,
Yay.
Vice Chair Frank,
Okay.
Member Sandhu,
Yay.
Member Tang.
Yay.
Passes unanimously.
So do you want to try to create a 2C?
Yeah. Oh, so
I have a question before we go on.
sure. Go ahead, Member Bernarski.
You, Kavita, you mentioned, and I'm sure I heard it wrong, neurodivergent or neurodiverse students?
Correct.
Neuro, like Neuro?
Correct.
Could you explain?
So there's neurotypical and neurodivergent or neurodiverse. There's both terms are in use. These are students who may not learn in the typical way. They may have learning challenges. They may be on the autism spectrum. They may have social and emotional challenges. There's many other things that may impact their ability to learn.
Okay,
And yeah.
I understand. I'm a physiologist, so neuro means something.
Oh, I see
something
what you're
different
saying.
to me.
Right.
But you're right. It works. Okay, thank you.
So I would like to see, and I'm saying this because there was good work done this summer. For those of you who may not know, MVPD was present at a camp this summer that was run by an external party to bring, to sort of explore what it means to bring neurodiverse kids and police officers together. And my son actually participated in an earlier version of the program. So having a neurodivergent child, especially one who is brown, it's really important to me that there is an opportunity to learn from police officers and for police officers to learn from him. So later on, there's an understanding, right? And hopefully a negative situation is averted. So I would like to propose a recommendation that that MVPD explore with school districts enhancing support for neurodiverse students by and establishing a continuing joint learning opportunity between kids and PD that was started this past summer, specifically with F+ camps. F+ is the name of the company. That you can include that or not, but making sure those neurodiverse students don't slip through the cracks is really important, because they are also part of the under-resourced student population.
And then what about the second part?
You wanted more staffing for PALs?
Oh, can you
Right.
finish this recommendation? I didn't catch everything, sorry.
Oh, okay, I don't know if it all needs to be there, and establishing a joint learning opportunity between kids and PD. Because what I saw this summer is kids learning from the police and police learning from those kids. And a lot of police officers are actually on that neurodiverse spectrum. They just may not have been diagnosed.
May I ask a clarifying question, Chair?
Sure.
When you reference exploring with the districts enhancing support for neurodiverse students, you gave an example of a summer camp. Are you picturing that there would be school-based programs that don't currently exist that the PD would work with the school districts to create, or
it could be it could be at school, it could be outside of school. I just think neurodiverse student, that population does not have enough resource right now. And especially
this would be a police department resource through the youth service unit or a school district resource?
That's why I think MVPD needs to explore it, because there's work done. But yeah, I think that in order for the neurodiverse students to learn, you would need to have police resource involved.
Yeah, I just want to, for us to assess then feasibility and how we bring this forward to council. We don't really have other recommendations in here where we're suggesting that the school districts create new programs. I mean, we have suggestions that they, establish clarity and good processes around the existing SRO program. So I'll see what we can do between now, and when I say I, because I don't have the benefit of Melvin's help between now and December 14th, and trying to vet that enough for the council to know how to respond to that when it comes to them in December.
Would it be helpful to include the group that worked with the MVPD this past summer?
Chair, can we just say if you have MVPD explore adding support for neurodiverse students in their existing programs? Does that solve your issue?
And it does with regard to that sounds like building on dreams and futures, having a model like that, or like the experience in summer camp that you talked about, but that focused on a different set of student needs. And but that's not what I'm hearing you say when you talk about explore district support programs for neurodiverse students.
Could you just say something like MVP Explore, adding opportunities for neurodiverse students?
That's yeah, I mean, I see school districts as partners. That's why I have them here, or why I suggested that wording. But if that causes trouble, I'm okay with adding support for neurodiverse students into existing programs. That's fine. So if there's, and then that becomes Dreams and Futures or what they did this summer, that's an existing program, then that's fine.
Yeah, I mean, and in this way, whatever programs that they have, where they work with the district will participate in helping to make that happen, versus us saying that the school district might have to come up with something and then invite the MVPD to join in. I feel like this allows the youth services program to just expand what they have without having to involve anybody else if they don't need.
Are we, can I speak?
Go ahead.
I'm just worried about singling out neurodiverse students when, for instance, there are kids who are who have muscular problems or bone problems or something like that. I mean, it seems like a niche that either it's offering support for a particular small niche, which isn't so small because neurodiverse is pretty big, but then seems to exclude a whole lot of other kids who could have problems that also should need. I worry about that we're focusing on a particular.
I concur with Joan on that one. That it's troublesome to me too. And the other thing I kind of worry is, would this put a burden on the school districts to come up with something? Would that, that's what I worry. So perhaps we could just not have, my opinion is not have recommendation 2C at all. That's what I'm thinking, because we don't want to put the burden on the school districts. They're already so stretched thin, and and like Joan say, we don't want to disenfranchise other students who have other issues which they confront.
Thinking of blind kids and deaf kids, for instance.
Yeah.
I would.
Just to be clear, we're not asking, in my opinion, what we're trying to say does not involve the school district. We're asking if MVP can expand their existing offerings to include another group of students who are often underserved. And secondly, these students can, if you've seen in the news, broadly, this group of students when they do get in trouble, can be misunderstood in conflict. And so to establish relationships with members of that community, with our SROs and other police officers, may help to ward off any crisis type situations that might occur later on, because then these officers have relationships with some of these students. So that's where I think this is coming from.
That's correct. I'm trying to say no, never mind.
Rather than use neurodiverse, why don't we use the term special needs? And then this is a larger group of students.
Yes.
That's thank you, Cleve. I was kind of in my head trying to get that out, and then I was like, I don't know what I'm saying, but you heard me. Thank you, Cleve.
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, because right now those kids are under-resourced kids. Member Langton, do you have a comment?
I did, but I think the broadening of the definition would solve that question. I was going to say, to some degree, if the program's advertised enough, whether it's PALs or Dreams and Futures, shouldn't the parent of that special needs child be a proponent in trying to get them involved? But the broadening of the definition to me makes it fine.
Okay. Member Tang?
I was going to advocate specifically for neurodiverse because I don't know where I heard this from. It might have been from YSU. Neurodiverse people are often targeted for gang recruitment. So I thought that would be a metric that justifies specifying neurodiverse, but I mean, if we're just going to broaden it, I guess that would be.
Do you feel it needs to say neurodiverse and other special needs? Or do you feel it's encompassed under special needs?
I think it's encompassing.
Okay. Okay. Any other comments on the wording here?
Nope.
Okay. Could I have a motion to pass recommendation 2C?
I motioned to pass 2C.
Second?
A second.
Mr. Gaines, could you take a voice vote, please? Mr. Gaines, you're on mute.
I wasn't talking.
Oh.
I was writing down the mover and the seconder, and yeah.
Sometimes hard to see with that beard, like what's going on. Okay.
Roll call vote. Member Tang.
You're on mute.
Yay.
Member Sandhu.
Yay.
Chair Iyer.
Yay.
Member Langton.
Yes.
Vice Chair Frank.
Yay.
Member Brodowski.
Yes.
Member Wang.
Yay.
Passes unanimously.
Okay, bear with me, y'all. Sorry, I've got three more.
Another one.
I've got three more under this section. I'm sorry. Did y'all not read this? I'm surprised I'm the only one who has this stuff. Okay, here we go.
I have one here.
I'm sorry, Member Frink, I didn't hear you.
I have one for this one if you want me to go before you do yours.
Okay, let me do one more, then you go, and then I'll do my last two, and then it won't look like I'm dominating too much.
But you are dominating and I like it. It's all good.
Oh. Okay, too much information there. All right, I'm going to do one more, and then I'm going to call on you. All right. I propose recommendation 2D, MVPD, explore ways to expose more PD staff to PAL programs and students.
Oh, I thought you were doing recommendation 3. We're still on 2.
Yeah, me too.
Oh, no. Just that's why I asked if y'all needed a bio break or anything, because, I got stuff to say. Okay. So I think I already explained this. One, why I think that needs to be there, because there currently, for those diversion programs, there is a lack of resources. in terms of people power, not money. I think there's also a way to, maybe look at other public safety staff, but, firemen have challenging schedules, right? So I don't know if that'll work out, but if these programs are good, maybe there's other places to get people from. So I would like MVPD to take a look at that because apparently in the last few years, the numbers have dropped significantly. Any questions or comments about this before I ask for a motion?
Yes, I would like, you say explore ways to involve more PD staff in PAL programs, but you just opened it to fire department, which I think is.
Yeah, maybe you should just say City of Mountain View or something, or.
Okay.
Or public safety,
Public
firemen,
safety.
public safety people.
Public safety, and so I'm sorry, do you want it public safety or city staff?
I think public safety would be good.
Yeah, probably public
I like
safety.
that.
Okay.
Because then you could get like EMTs, firemen, police.
Okay. We know their schedules can be a little bit less flexible, so we'll have to see, but I would love, who wouldn't love a good fireman on their soccer team? So Member Wang, you have your hand?
program. Oh, can
Melvin, are you going or Mike?
I was just asking for clarification. You want the police department to explore ways to
involve more public safety staff.
More
Okay.
Mountain View public safety.
Yeah, God forbid we have Sunnyvale Public Safety in our
Yes,
program.
that would be
No, don't want that. Okay, Member Wang, go ahead.
Yes, I have a slight concern about this. I do think that we do lack enough people to effectively kind of do the best we can run these programs. But I also am wondering, because SROs, they do have special training to work with kids, and not all PD staff do, and not all public safety staff do. So I'm wondering if there's a certain criteria we should set in kind of the scenarios in which kind of general public safety staff can be involved in comparison to kind of scenarios where people who are actually more trained, like SROs, would kind of be involved.
I think you can fix that by using the word competent city public safety.
I would hope everybody's competent.
You could do vetted city public safety staff.
I guess then we need to establish a vetting process.
No,
I'm wondering.
That's too much for us to do.
Right. So then I'm kind of wondering what appropriate.
Yeah.
Who have to deal with it.
So can I just say here, I think when you
Mike wants to say something too.
When you say explore ways to involve, it would seem to me that would include the process of vetting and all of the other necessities for people working with kids. So I think it's covered.
Yeah.
Captain Canfield, you slipped off my screen. Did you have your hand up?
I did just briefly, but I wasn't smart enough to do it on the actual Zoom. Just real quickly to address what Member Wang's concerns are, I think they're very relevant, but just for an understanding for everybody and everybody watching, when we've had additional officers helping with, and we do now with the Police Activities League, they're not doing the same type of work that the SROs are doing in their home visits and their mentoring necessarily. They may accompany them on group mentoring programs, but they're not given the same level of responsibility or expectations of the program. So it's much more, not that our SROs are autonomous, but the people who are assisting the SROs are really under the guidance of the SROs and are not just sent out kind of to free range figure out how to do things. But it does provide us with an excellent opportunity to learn and engage, and provide us with the opportunity to see how well our officers do with our youth.
Also, it seems like, Mike, it would also maybe introduce an officer who maybe hadn't thought about SRO work before, what that might.
Yeah, it might be a great way to kind of increase the bench, so to speak. Member Sandhu, please go ahead.
Yes, to add to that sentence there, after public safety staff, I will add, if it's residents of Mountain View, to the police, the PD has resources whereby they can reach out to the residents, and they know who's capable and who's not capable, and vet which residents of Mountain View could be beneficial to programs like PAL.
If we're adding people, I don't know if we're doing that, but if we are, could we add kind of exploring ways for school counselors or school like staffs to be more involved? I know we've talked about this before, but just adding.
Excuse me. I'll defer to Captain Canfield on this, but I do want to suggest a clarification if I'm correct. While the city, it's somewhat convoluted because the city provides SROs and police officers who interact in PAL, but PAL is officially a program of the Mountain View Public Safety Foundation. So in these recommendations, just know that there is another parent PAL organization. So asking them to expand programs to include residents and all those things may or may not be something that is feasible. And again, I'll defer to Captain Canfield, but that's something I just wanted to bring up if it's
Well, yeah, and they can sort that out when they explore. So I think we're good.
I mean, when the city council looks at this, they're gonna decide what they like and what they don't anyways.
So I make a motion to approve 2D as written.
Second.
It.
Okay, Kavita got it.
Am I allowed to second? I've always wanted to second.
You just did. You got it. You got it.
I beat you, Derek. Gotta be quick on your feet there. Okay. Roll call vote. Mr. Gaines, please.
Member Sandhu.
Yeah.
Chair Iyer.
Yes.
Member Langton.
Yes.
Member Wang.
Nay.
Vice Chair Frank.
Yay.
Member Brodowski.
Yes.
Member Tang.
Nay.
Motion passes 5-2.
So Kavita, what are we gonna get up to 2F?
We're after Cleve does 2E, then we got F and G for me, and then I'm sorry, I've got 6 more after that. I apologize, but that's what happens.
Yeah.
So I will ask in a little bit if anyone needs a break.
I do.
So,
That's your own break. We should all.
Should we do a 5-minute break?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and then Mr. Frank, you are up when we get back.
Copy that.
Okay, get some food, get some drink, do what you need to do. We'll see you back here at 10:11. Jeanette, I'm liking your hair color.
Thank you.
Some color, blue.
Yeah, I added blue this time.
It's very vivid. Mike, are you still in the office?
Yes.
You got a sleeping bag under your desk there?
Yeah, but don't tell the chief. Also, don't tell him that I had blue hair when I was a senior in high school.
I think the chief might still, is the chief still on? Because you're busted then. Oh, the chief's still on.
Can we just talk about Eva's bow?
Busted now.
Can we talk about Eva's bow?
Yeah, I love it.
Is there a story behind it? It's cool.
Well, we are still in a public meeting, so.
All right, so we are back. And Mr. Frank, I think we were going over to you, and you were threatening to add a recommendation to E.
I would like for MVP to explore ways of housing some or part of the SRO staff in Mountain View, which I think would add to their ability to connect more with the community.
That's interesting.
I think they actually have a house where some of the cops stay.
Can you elaborate more? I know there's housing for out-of-town folks, right?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure the department has some kind of a community. Hey, Mike, do you know, are you there? Don't you guys have some kind of a housing for cops that come in from out of town?
Yeah, we have a sleeping quarters that officers are able to stay when they're working either extended shifts or if they work, the predominantly the weekend shifts, they can stay there during that.
Yeah, I'm thinking more along the lines of how we're, currently housing some teachers here, so for the same reason, so that they're in the community and have the ability to participate in some of the community things and see the students in the community. I think that the SROs would that similar experience.
Through the chair, can I just, so with all of the recommendations, the staff, so me tomorrow, I'm gonna do my best shot, and then it's gonna be on Captain Canfield and Ms. Ramberg to explain to council all of these recommendations, as well as to kind of make a staff recommendation. And part of that process is understanding where the recommendations come from beyond the PSAB members. Like, is this recommendation tied to some of the input that we received in this process? So you can help us if we're proposing these things to tie it to something that we discovered in the input, either survey data or interviews. Or I ask that you not propose things that we can't tie to the data right now, because it's going to be harder for staff to explain it.
Well, does it need to be tied to this particular set of data? Because again, this is coming from when we created the housing for teachers. That was created because we wanted people who were working with our students to be in our community, and these guys are with our students. They work with our students, and so
yeah. And I would say tied to what our charge was when this, and what the PSAB work plan item is to, gather information about the YSU SRO program and receive community input, understand community concerns, and to make recommendations that result from that.
Sure.
So that's what I'm asking is, like, we've gone through, earlier today, we talked about the input that we received, and the report highlights some of the input that we received, and we made recommendations that resulted from that input. I think that we should continue to make recommendations that are related to the input that we received, as opposed to our general beliefs, unless we tie it to the input.
So can I say something?
Sure.
With regards to adding support for special needs students for the existing youth services unit programs, I think the data showed that there was strong support for the PALS program. And so the fact that that strong support was there, I think lends some support to expanding it to disenfranchised or special needs youth. Would that be enough of a link?
Yes, absolutely. And I think that for 2C and 2D, which the body has put forward and approved, I can see the linkages between those.
Yeah, okay.
Not to pick on Vice Chair Frink, but when we were housing for the watch, that sounds like a program enhancement, but it wasn't really, I can't really find the connection between the input, and so that's the reason why I just interjected in that sense. But
Sure. We can vote it down. But I think it's a thing that's important to the community to, if those guys are never here except for when they're working, they're not connecting with the students everywhere in their daily lives. And I think that connection is something that's missing in the whole community as SROs, because they're recognizable people to the students as they move around town and the parents as well. So that's why I'm going there, but we can vote it down.
I will say, I think I one time talked to Mike Canfield about this, that most of the department members don't live in Mountain View, and where I was from, like in the city of Boston, they actually supplemented the pay of officers to get them to live in the city. But I think Mountain View, just because of the price, just has a problem with that, and I don't know that you're going to solve it.
Yeah,
It's solved. I mean, we solved it for teachers.
Yeah.
So it's solvable.
Yeah. Okay.
Whether or not it's appropriate here is the question.
Yeah.
So let's put it to a vote.
Can I have a motion in favor of 2E?
So moved.
Can I have a second?
Got to have a second so that we can vote it down, guys.
Okay, then I'll second it.
It can also, a motion can fail for lack of a second.
Okay, fine.
Sorry,
Okay.
Cleve.
That's good. That's procedural. That makes it work.
Okay. Okay, let me take a stab at 2E then. Okay, and try to make a link to everything. So, what I heard from speaking at length with the Latino community is they're interested in speaking with officers that speak Spanish, that have similar lived experience. They can understand where they've come from. So I've had a few discussions with Mike, like, why isn't there a Hispanic SRO? And there's reasons that there's not a Hispanic SRO that go into, legal stuff, right? And so you can't say, I want to hire this, right? So I would therefore, and the SRO who speaks Spanish has high school Spanish, right? So I'm just like, oh my gosh, there is a gap here. So I would like to have a recommendation that MVPD strive to prioritize placement of SROs, and all officers for that matter, to meet the specific needs of the community they serve. And for SROs specifically, that would be addressing language and cultural sensitivities of the served populations and ongoing training, like keeping the training fresh around youth. If they mentoring, I don't think getting into counseling makes sense, right? That's not what they're there for, but mentoring, right? So ensuring that. So hopefully, my implied thing is there, please hire a native Spanish speaking officer for SROs.
Could you just put something to like that the SRO should strive to meet the demographics of the community that they serve, like the makeup?
The specific community, right?
Yeah.
So I feel really strongly about that. I think that's a gap right now. So any thoughts on this?
Yeah, I don't see anything wrong with it.
Well, Thank you for that resounding vote of confidence. Member Wang?
I think one time we were talking about this and it was that there was a possibility of creating a Spanish speaking SRO position. So then it wasn't like in the general process.
Oh,
More
okay.
like not allowing anyone the opportunity, but kind of creating a special position. So then you do always have a Spanish speaking.
Oh, you do so you get around the legal concerns.
That makes it sound shitty, but yeah, I don't know. Is that a possibility?
I don't know. Captain Canfield, you and I have discussed this.
We have created a CNT, a crisis negotiation team, Spanish-speaking position specifically. It was not designed to get around legal requirements associated to race and ethnicity in hiring, but really to still serve the needs of our community, regardless of the race of the officer, but based on the skills and abilities. In this case,
of course,
I think we could do. I don't think it would be incongruent. I would probably need to do a little bit of research, but I don't think it's problematic to do a similar requirement or at least goal within the SRO program.
Thank you.
If I can jump in, since I oversee HR in addition to my work with the city manager's office and the police department, we make hiring decisions not based on race. We can have characteristics like, language abilities as strongly desired or highly desired. And we certainly have a commitment and can have processes to try to increase the diversity in all of our hiring. But I do not believe it would be legally feasible to create a job description that requires the hire to be of certain ethnicity.
There are white people that speak Spanish.
Yeah, you could be white and still Spanish speaker. So I don't think it has to do with ethnic or racial things. It has to do with language ability.
Oh, I thought I had heard about kind of the meeting the community they serve being kind of with lived experience and other aspects.
I think language is the big thing.
I think language is thing. And I think I said native Spanish because high school Spanish to me doesn't cut it, at least from what the feedback I got.
Yeah.
Okay, other comments, Member Tang?
I was wondering if it's possible to specify the proficiency in Spanish. Like, can we say like native Spanish or like?
I mean, I don't know. To me, what I heard back was, was more or less native. But then that, I think saying native Spanish also is a nod to kind of lived like cultural background and lived experience. So that might be tricky. But
might you want to define this as a Spanish speaking officer?
Well, I mean, if there's a chance to do that, yeah, but I'm not clear that that is a possibility or not. There seems to be some precedent on the SWAT team. I don't know if that could still be applied here or not. So, but there is a loud, resounding gap here that needs to be addressed. Okay. Any other comments on the wording of this?
I'm going to check in with Officer Canfield. Did you have any other further comments?
Yeah, just for clarification, it's the crisis negotiation team, which is people who specifically speak and communicate, in a given language with community members, was the team that we created a position for. And that position, just to be clear, there's no increase in pay, unlike a school resource officer who has a 5% pay differential. So that it may be a much more complex issue in mandating the Spanish language or foreign language requirement. I think strongly encouraged, seems like a better, safer, cleaner direction to go, or examine the possibility of some kind of language along those lines.
I like the strive to place CROs to meet the needs of specific community they serve. And I would just put a period after, for example, language fluency and cultural sensitivities, period. You don't need any more.
Yeah, Kavita, you okay with that?
Um, I'm I'm conscious that people are concerned that the SROs are not qualified to mentor or are the best people to address our youth, and I just want to make sure that it's clear that they don't just get put into the positions, but they are trained and they have ongoing training again to meet that specific community that they're serving. So I would prefer to leave it. I would prefer to leave it in.
But that doesn't reflect on mentoring. They strive to meet the needs of the community they serve.
If their community needs to be mentored, then they should be up to date on the best ways to mentor.
Yeah, but you can go on forever and ever.
I'm wondering if we have
you
another
might just put a
recommendation.
period after serve.
I'm sorry. Two people were speaking.
Yeah. I just think you should put a period then after serve, because you can make a list of 12 things that they should be, that would reflect on the community.
Yeah, I think that's why I think that's why the etc. is there. So
yeah, well, no, the etc. is
Yeah.
It's a meaningless word.
Yeah.
I think the primary thing is language fluency, and if there's a need that's not being filled, somebody can complain about it and refer to this. Or am I being idealistic?
Wordsmithing here, or are we actually?
Yeah, I'm not sure.
I'm wondering if I feel like there's another recommendation somewhere down later about training. I might just be making that up, but maybe there. I don't know. Is there? Is that the 4?
I mean, if they're
it up.
The existing recommendations that were included in the report that we have not gone over are recommendation 3 and 4, which you can see on the screen, I believe.
How SROs interact with students. Maybe so you're saying, Jeanette, that maybe the training should be in that manual? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, I think I was thinking that.
Okay, I'm fine with have ongoing training on mentoring, and we'll bring it up with in recommendation 3.
Yeah, I kind of think you can leave it specific to the community they serve. For example, language fluency and cultural sensitivities, period.
Yep, done. All right. If there's no other comments, can I have a motion to pass recommendation 2E or motion to vote?
Motion. I second.
Who made the original motion?
I
Cleve.
Cleve or Joan?
Cleve.
Okay. Melvin, could you do a roll call vote on 2E?
Yes, Chair. Chair Iyer.
Yes.
Member Brodowski.
Yes.
Member Wang.
Yes.
Vice Chair Frink.
Yes.
Member Langton.
Yes. I'm almost asleep though.
Member Langton, we just had a
Yes.
break. We just had a break.
Member Sandhu.
Yes.
Member Tang.
Yay.
Vote passes unanimously.
Okay. All right. One more here before we move on to 3.
I thought Cleve had one too.
Cleve tried. You all didn't second it.
Oh, that was his. Oh yeah. Okay. Yeah.
Derek. Okay.
Nice. Thank you for the shout out.
So, okay. So I had the opportunity to look at the referrals for SRO programs from the schools, and honestly, I'm not going to call out any schools here, but some schools, no. they are when I read the referrals, it felt like they were recommending the students perhaps for the wrong reasons, perhaps based on their ethnicity. I wasn't impressed by a number of the referrals. I didn't even see all of them. I think there needs to be a recommendation that SROs make best efforts to train school staff on how to make recommendations, like what information is needed, because right now they told me they're not able to actually, if they don't get enough information and background about a child, they can't take them. And so I think there's a lot of under-resourced kids that, again, are getting skipped over because of adults in their spheres failures. And I strongly believe that the SCEF, which is the school community education facilitator, and the ERICs, the at-risk intervention supervisors, need to be part of the process of vetting those, because right now the referrals are coming from teachers primarily. And I think the at-risk supervisors and the SCEFs are in a position, like a holistic position, to actually help that process. And right now it seems like it's siloed, and I don't think that's effective. And I'm thinking of these kids, right?
Oh, Melvin, you're good at typing. There you go.
Chair Iyer, sorry to interject before your colleagues could, but so when making the program purposes clear and providing trainings to school district staff, is this something that can be added to a clarification for that existing recommendation? 1B? Like, because you're being very specific about a very specific kind of program and trying to keep you all more at the policy level.
Okay.
What you provided can be added to an explanation in 1B. It doesn't necessarily have to be part of the recommendation, but in staff's.
Okay. What's an explanation? Could you explain an explanation?
So when we say that the recommendation is that the city and the school district should collaborate to develop communications and regularly provide information about the SRO program purpose and activities and programs to students and the school district communities.
Yeah.
School district staff should be regularly trained on when it's appropriate. Like, we can also say they can like add that to that. Like, that's part of the training is
how to fill out a
being
form?
aware of the activities and purposes and how to take advantage of those. I believe that was part of the language in the staff report as well. So
yeah, it's how staff specifically, because I saw I was just appalled by how some of the school staff recommended students for SRO programs. And I wouldn't be surprised if the SROs couldn't take them, and they might be the students that need it the most. So yeah, if it's what is the purpose, and then how to appropriately fill out a form to do service to that child. 5 words doesn't help a child on why they might benefit from a program.
So my question to you is, would this understanding, as these are just when we've already adopted 1B, but
Yep.
explaining that and for the police department's purposes, knowing that a desire for them to clarify how
Yep.
to apply for these programs is yeah.
Yes, that would I would be fine with that. I didn't realize we could do that.
Yeah, so just in terms of how this will come forward to the council, we will do our best to add the context that helps the council understand the recommendations. We'll do our best to vet, especially the newer recommendations around feasibility and potential, capacity or other implications. And this kind of thing it is to a level of detail that would not be typical in kind of advisory body and council policymaking to talk to how forms should be filled out. But I think that the concept, the underlying interest that the school district staff would benefit from support and dialogue with the MVPD around what is the most helpful way to provide the documentation that allows SROs to follow up on the issues that the school staff are referring to them. And that's all in the context of really understanding, having the school staff receive the training that they need to understand what the purpose of the program is.
Great. That sounds really good. Thank you. Okay, y'all, should we move on to recommendation 3? Let's look at recommendation 3 as is before we see if there's any additional recommendations. I believe that Member Wang, you had suggested perhaps something be included here, but I'm trying to remember what it was.
Oh, yes. Because earlier we were talking about training, and I think
Yeah.
while we were making this recommendation and writing it up, we just made a note that we would want to include kind of training policies as well as like whatever you do, training procedure, training, and kind of just the things that they normally do in that procedural manual. So
I think that would be great. Yep, that makes sense to me.
So I think that's implied based on how we made it.
So the manual should include, that says operational standards, so it's implied in there.
I think so. Yes.
Could we just do sets operational standards, comma, including training for SRO, including ongoing training for SROs? Just so it's implied to everyone. Okay. Other comments on this recommendation? I do have one question. Right now it says clear policies on how SROs interact with students and conduct law enforcement activities on school campuses. Since sometimes that extends to home visits, do we need to call that out?
I mean, home visits generally are private and not in the purview of other students.
Right, but the SRO conduct during a home visit, does that need to be, I just don't know, I'm asking a question, does that need to be clear? Or is that?
Am I right in thinking that the police have their own
policies and
procedures for home visits?
Captain Canfield?
Yeah, explain.
So you are absolutely right, Member Brodowski. We do have a fairly robust policy and procedural manual. However, it's not specific to the SRO program. I think in this circumstance, for recommendation 3, it says the manual should include clear policies on how SROs interact with students and conduct law enforcement activities on school campuses. It doesn't say. I think it probably should include kind of comprehensively the entire program, not exclusive to school resource officers on campus. Our goal is to ensure best practices. I think it's important that we really kind of take an overall approach to the program. I don't think that's that difficult to do. But I don't know that this doesn't exclude that. It just doesn't identify it specifically.
So you're saying take out the words on school campuses and just end it after activities, because it should not just be limited to that.
Yeah, I don't think well, I'll tell you right now that I would like our manual, and I intend for our procedural manual to include SRO activity regardless if it's on school campus or not.
Okay.
It's specific to identify school campuses, but it doesn't prohibit the other. So
okay.
If we're doing a manual, which we are, it's going to be comprehensive to the program.
Okay. Does anyone see a need for a wording change at this point? Okay. All right. Can I have if there's no other comments on the wording here on recommendation 3, can I have a motion to vote?
Well, aren't
go
we
ahead and move.
going to eliminate the words on school campuses?
Oh, are you, sorry, I thought nobody wanted to do that. Are you suggesting that, Joan?
I thought we were going to
Yeah,
eliminate it, so it
That's
included
what I thought.
on campus
Okay.
and on home.
All right. Why don't we then put a period after activities and take out on school campuses?
Yeah.
If I could remind everyone, or it was responding to community concerns why it was specifically said on school campuses. And the example that was highlighted in the report or in the input was when respondents had mentioned that they saw students being searched, and the perception was that they saw. I think that's the reason for it to be specific. You all can trust the police department and Captain Canfield and to do it if you want, like similarly to trusting them to do it, to add the home visits, but that language was written that way in response to community concern.
I think Captain Canfield also said home visits and throughout their programs, all programming, right? So
I'm fine leaving it as is.
okay, so shall we just leave it as is then?
Yeah.
Okay.
Before that's okay. I just want to jump in and interject before you go to any kind of motion. We don't participate in the disciplinary actions at the schools. So this, I think, is probably semantics. It might be more appropriate to say law enforcement actions because disciplinary on the school campus is a specific process.
Yeah.
It's not necessarily to us, but if you're talking to a school, it has a specific meaning.
That's a good point.
I'll be quiet.
Okay. Any other comments?
Law enforcement actions of students.
On students,
right? Well, how about for teachers?
Affecting.
Is that effect or affect?
Affect.
Affecting
A. Yeah. Thank you.
That one in Jones and Field.
I think it might be the other spelling of discrete, but that's okay. Can I
move.
Thank you. Second?
Second.
Mr. Gaines, could we have a roll call vote, please?
Member Sandu.
Yes. Yay.
Member Brodowski.
Yes.
Vice Chair Frank.
Yeah.
Chair Iyer.
Yes.
Member Langton.
Yes.
Member Wang.
Yay.
Member Tang.
Yay.
Passes unanimously.
Okay. Member Frank, did you have something additional?
For what?
For recommendation 3?
No.
Were you and Derek just excited because you thought I was going there? Right. Okay. All right. Well, as usual, I've got stuff. Bear with me. This may not require anything, but I want to ask. Based on the information you heard for earlier, Captain Canfield, about privacy concerns, right? Like can SROs talk about what's happening outside of school, with school? Does anyone feel like we need to put anything in, being more clear about that, or were you comfortable with what's in place right now?
Are you talking about confidentiality?
Yep, privacy of the students.
Isn't that already embodied in law that covers the police, or am I completely?
Well, there's protected information. It's like if you're a victim of a crime.
Yeah.
Yeah, but say, if If it's, can an SRO go to the school and say, yeah, I think you might be smoking pot? Like, those kinds of things. Are we comfortable on that because it enables people to do their jobs, or should that be in any way kept private?
I'm reluctant to fix something that I haven't heard is a problem, or is it a problem that I just don't know about?
I heard, doesn't mean it's true, that SROs gossip.
Or was it in the survey?
No, it was in my personal interactions.
Wasn't that one person, that the woman was initials MM?
It was beyond her.
Oh, okay.
I just think we have to, like Melvin was saying, be careful on adding things that we don't have direct links to data.
Yeah,
Are you saying that you're struggling with the idea that SROs talk amongst each other about students they're working with?
What I heard from students is they felt that SROs, like if they encountered an SRO outside of school, that the SRO would come to school and tell the school officials what's going on. I also heard from a mother that she was worried about her son potentially vaping, but she didn't want the school to know, so she only told the SRO, but then the SRO told the school. And so I don't know if that counts as data or not, but that's what I heard, and I wanted to share it here to see if anyone else felt it was something that needed to be stated.
So
in
are you saying
terms of privacy?
Yeah, are you saying you don't want that to occur for SROs to warn? Because it's against the rules. It's against school rules for students to bring vaping utensils to school.
Right, but if they're vaping at home and the mother's concerned about the child vaping at home, is it the SRO's business to say, oh, keep an eye on this child, he's vaping at home, he might be vaping at school?
Well, as a parent who is facing this very issue, if your child is vaping at home, he is definitely vaping at school. So I don't have an issue.
But the other thing is that what, I mean, we're relying on gossip for information.
Yeah, I don't know that we want to take
I think
secondhand.
that's inappropriate here.
Yeah.
Wondering if kind of putting a recommendation would maybe be a little too wouldn't leave enough room for the SROs to do what they need to do, or for the schools to do what they need to do, because perhaps there are situations in which it's necessary and it's important, but then there's like the, oh no, like am I allowed to do it or not? So kind of just making it clear that, gossiping is not something you should be doing, but if it's really necessary.
And I don't know that you want to handicap the communication of the SRO and the staff. Like,
I don't think you want to either.
Remember, I said that when we get to the next one.
So, Member Tang?
I think that in the case of like the SRO and like the vaping, I think it was probably right to tell the school that like, hey, watch for this kid, because then they could monitor to see if he might be, or they might be vaping in the bathroom too. It's a huge issue right now. I think information sharing is kind of necessary sometimes, actually a lot of times, in terms of safety on campus and things like that too. There are so many things that happen with students when they're not in my class that I'm like, oh, I need to know that in order for me to like, maybe I'll take this kid's phone before he goes to the bathroom so he's not trying to like coordinate stuff, so then we can make decisions that would benefit the safety of all students.
Okay.
I think that the information sharing is kind of necessary.
Okay. Thanks everyone for your input. I just wanted to share those data points because I wasn't sure what to what to do with it. So, okay. Shall we move on to recommendation 4? Oh, Member Tang, I'm assuming that's a legacy hand up. So, recommendation 4.
Did we approve recommendation 3?
I believe we did.
Oh, okay.
Yes, we did. It was approved unanimously, moved by Member Sandhu, seconded by Member Langton.
Thank you very much.
Okay, so recommendation 4. So I'm gonna say I feel this recommendation should be strengthened. That in a couple of ways. One is that I do think the SROs, I think they should notify their designated school staff before arriving for programming, or maybe it happens when they schedule the programming. But I don't think they should just show up unless there's a specific need, right? And the school has called them in. I feel that's important because the school can then advise their community if there's going to be police presence on campus. Again, I'm looking out for those kids who experience trauma and those teachers who will experience trauma at the site, an unexpected site of a police officer. I want to enable those folks to be able to avoid the situation if need be. I think any student interaction with an SRO, unless a crime has been committed, needs to be opt-in. Again, a reason that I think that it's good to know if there's going to be police on campus. And I also feel that SROs should not be wandering freely, serving lunches or attending football games, because again, that's not opt-in, right? Then they are there. If there is a need from the community where they need to, so to say there's gang violence and they're worried that's going to spill over on campus, that's a need for them to be there, and they can go. And I think they should go with an administrator, because the administrator can learn from the SROs of what they're looking for, right? So there's knowledge being passed on there. But we have too many instances of kids being traumatized by unexpectedly running into a police officer on campus. And I think we need to look out for those kids.
Again, I feel like we're setting up a resource based on other people's who don't use the resources needs, and I can't support that. I can't support saying that an officer who knows his clientele or the kids he's servicing has to make sure that other people who have nothing to do with what he's accomplished might be concerned about his presence. I mean, police officers are in the community. If you live in the city, you are going to see a police officer, whether it be at school or at the mall or any. Mm-hmm. And the idea that, there's this one place where you can't see a police officer without being emotionally traumatized is, I just think, a bit much. So I'm not for taking away the ability for school resource officers to reach out and provide outreach to their to the students that they serve.
Well, that Cleve, I think that would be a call for service, but I don't think they should be wandering around.
Outreach, not call for service. It's relationship building. It's being there.
It's not an efficient way to build relationships, to just randomly wander around campus hoping you see somebody you know. What you need is structured opportunities.
They're not hoping somebody. They know who they already know who they're serving.
Yeah, I know, but what's to say they're going to see them?
Well, you don't see them, they're not allowed to come.
Well, you see them if you have structured programming.
I've got my hand raised.
Joan and I want to speak too.
Go for it.
Joan, you first.
Oh, thank you, Derek. Age before beauty, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
You agree, Derek?
Well,
I'm
not saying I'm beautiful, but we're
I agree with Cleve. I think that SROs, I have no evidence, but I don't feel like anybody else has evidence either. But I think that SROs should be in and out on the high school campus. They should be informally there, but unless somebody can tell me a good reason why they can't, because of evidence, I'm not in favor of this. And I think because some kids are uncomfortable with a cop on campus, big deal. I'm uncomfortable with cops in a lot of places, but that's just what we live in. Okay, I'll shut up now. Go ahead, Darren.
I just feel one of the tenets of community policing is kind of like the randomness of a police officer just walking up and down the street and saying hi to a business owner or a proprietor, or walking through the school, talking to the teachers. I just think that that type of randomness, if you have a predictability of it, particularly in the high school where there's a little bit more problems with gangs and that kind of thing, I actually think the randomness of a police officer showing up once in a while makes it less likely that, you know, something might happen or crimes committed, or like, yeah, I'm definitely not for strengthening it. I'm somewhat uncomfortable with how it is already.
I'm going to have to respectfully disagree, because a school campus is not a city street. A school campus is meant to be a safe place for all kids. And if there's a percentage of kids who don't feel safe on campus, I, as a parent, cannot say, you know, I didn't try to still serve the kids that need to be served, who are primarily served outside of campus, and the kids who are getting traumatized by this. Member Tang, go ahead.
Sorry, I just hit my head trying to plug my computer in. I think as an educator, I have a response to some of these responses. Sorry, I've been cutting soap while I've been talking. School is actually supposed to be the one place, if it's designed well, the one place that a student can feel safe. Sometimes even their house is not safe. And so sometimes school is the only safe place for them. And then I don't know a student's situation. It's not so much that they are uncomfortable. It is that they have a trauma, and seeing a police officer on campus would actually trigger that trauma. A lot of misbehavior that we see in schools, especially this year, stems from trauma. And kids don't learn well when they have that triggered, and kids don't learn well when they feel unsafe. As Tim McKenzie has been telling us, kids need to have Maslow's hierarchy of needs fulfilled before they can really do anything with Bloom's taxonomy of levels of knowledge. I'm blending two education theories there. But point being, a kid can't learn if they don't feel safe. And there are kids who don't feel safe when police are around. You know, if they had notice, cool. It's very different from being in a shopping mall. Yeah, like that's random. But at school, you're supposed to be able to feel safe in order to learn. And think what you think, but I personally don't believe that having a police officer on campus is the best way to do that. Thanks.
Member Wang?
So I think as a student, I think that the bigger problem isn't necessarily just, oh, they're uncomfortable, or that kind of the random interactions are just like strange and weird and people don't like them. I think we do need to recognize that there is, like, students now are not disconnected from the world. They're so connected from the world. So when you see on the news that there's police officers who are doing this to people who look like you, it's hard for them to, well, it's hard for anyone, I guess, to kind of separate that in their day-to-day life. And I think we do need to recognize that and use school as an opportunity to address these concerns, and use school as an opportunity and a place to kind of prepare students for what they're going to encounter in the world. So yes, in the real world, they're going to encounter school police officers randomly or on the street or in the mall. But at school, we should give them the resources to handle these interactions. So if they have trauma, or if they feel really uncomfortable, or if they feel like what they see on the news is so messed up and they can't handle that right now, I don't think we should just pop them in and be like, oh, this is what the real world is like, and then not give them the resources to navigate that. So I think having these structured activities is really positive because it gives students the resources to navigate what they're going to encounter outside of school, how they're going to interact with police officers. They can use these structured opportunities to start building trust and having these discussions about, well, I feel really uncomfortable because look at what this police officer did in this other part of the country, right? And how do I know that's not going to happen to me here? Or if that does happen, if I get pulled over, what do I do? So these are things that we do need to equip their students with. And right now that's not really happening. You just see the news, you're like, oh my God, I'm going to freak out, I'm going to panic. So we need to give students these opportunities to learn these things, but we can't just do it randomly, because the randomness is not, as everyone has been saying, it's not safe. Like there are some things that you can learn just from experiencing it. And I feel like this is one of the things that we can provide the opportunity for them to learn it in a structured way. So we should.
Thank you. Cal, go ahead.
Yes, this is to Captain Mike Canfield. Perhaps you can, explain to us, so to alleviate Kavita's, fear about randomly walking down the hallways. Currently, what do the SROs do? Do they just show up whenever they want to, or do they come on calls, or do they have a specific timetable?
Yeah, so the SROs don't merely show up whenever they want to. Not to the best of my knowledge, not if we're speaking specifically at high schools.
Right.
However, I don't think that everyone on campus is aware of when the SROs are coming to the same extent is being recommended. So an SRO may have a reason to be on campus, show up on campus, and then spend additional time on campus. At times walking around, being present, being physically there. And that may feel like kind of a randomness, or they may have a little bit, there's nothing that prohibits them from, if they have time, stopping in and saying hello and checking in on people that they work with, and then spending some time walking around. But predominantly, they're not just they're not like a beat officer kind of walking downtown, but walking through the high school. That's not common. However, we did hear stories of concern where students came across officers, school resource officers, in a way that to the students felt either random or unstructured, and that those contacts were concerning, and kind of they were unprepared for them.
And how many SROs go at one time? It's one at a time?
Mm-mm. They tend to travel together.
Mike?
Yeah, I think that's what Cheriar said is accurate. There's not a requirement that they both need to go together, or all three of them need to go together. I think it'd be rare to find all three unless there's some specific program going on. More likely to find two, but there may be times when there's one. I mean, they go to calls where there's just one, just depends on the staffing needs. But you're more likely to find two SROs together probably on a high school campus than you are one.
Okay. So perhaps we can change the language a little bit to, to accommodate everybody's concerns, I would say. Maybe take more structured out and leave the rest of it in there, because the specific activities programs or the response to calls and services, that kind of would follow what you want, Kavita, and to Cleves and anyone else's, the slight randomness is still there. So because they can still reach out to kids they want to reach out to. So try to cover all bases that way. Would that make everyone happy? I know it won't be, but I have to make an attempt to ask.
Well, no, because I'm sorry, Cal, but if then it will be like, oh, we're meeting and greeting. That's the specific activity, and that's what's causing kids trauma.
Can I please? So there is nobody that has any evidence that any student is unsafe on campus when an SRO is on campus, and I need for people to stop saying that because it's not true.
Right.
In Mountain View, we don't have this problem. We don't have police officers going to the campuses and misbehaving or putting students' lives in danger. What we do have in Mountain View is SROs coming to campus to serve students. Okay, so again, I am a parent who has had this happen. A student was in trouble, and someone called me from that office and went to the school to serve my student. So I don't want some kind of restriction on him that he can't go and serve my student in need because some other person saw something on TV and feel like they're all of a sudden in danger. There's a whole group of students here that need this service, and they don't need it on a schedule. And that's my concern. So I'm okay with changing more structure to flexible so that you can sort of imply that we want to try to make it as programmatic as possible, but they need discretion to be able to go when they feel they need to go. But I can't support saying that they can only go when it's okay with student A who has absolutely nothing to do with the program.
And I'm in Cleve's camp.
I guess I'm not following. If there's a student with a need, they'll be called. So I don't know. I have heard directly from the SROs that walking around campus, there's no guarantee they'll see who they need to see, and that it's not particularly efficient. So I'm not sure why we're doubling down on something and not actually investigating programs that are a bit more structured so they actually can see who they want to see.
And I'm not sure why we're placating a group of people who have not been harmed.
Cleve, I'm going to respect
order. Like, are we talking in turn? Because I've had my hand up for a while.
Yeah, sorry, we turned it into a dialogue. All right, I don't know whose hand up was first, but why don't you go first, Eva?
So there's nothing saying in here that if I'm a principal and I call an SRO that they can't come. There's nothing saying that a student needs to approve of an SRO's presence. We just need a heads up. It's nothing like that. Also, I find it very insulting that you would say that we have no evidence when the HRC collected evidence for months, when we have been working on this survey for months and collecting data. I find that so insulting for all the hard work that we have done, for all the hard work that HRC has done. Thank you.
Member Wang.
I think it's just really important to take into account that even though they aren't physically harmed, there's no harm to their, like, you can't see it doesn't mean that they're not scared. And I feel like being scared is totally valid. You don't want to be scared at school. Like, there's already so many things to be scared about at school. You could be shot at school. So there's already so many reasons to be scared at school. And if we can limit this one reason, we should do it. And when they're needed, like if a student says they're needed, but a teacher says they're needed, they're going to be called and they're going to be allowed on campus because we do want to do what's best for the student, right? We're not trying to find a solution that works best for the people on this board. We're trying to find what works best for the student.
Yes, all of the students.
Member, just a second, please. Member Wang, I want to just say that I hear you and I see you. Okay, so please take a moment. Okay, Member Frank, go ahead. Or I'm sorry, Ms. Ramberg, go ahead.
You guys are really dealing with some very important and complex issues, and I appreciate the vulnerability you're all showing and the passion that you're bringing. I feel like in a smaller way, the SRO subcommittee had the same conversation, And what we talked about regarding this recommendation in particular was the desire to acknowledge trauma and responses to that may not be specific to the SRO program, and to try to minimize any harm or fear, while also maintaining and maximizing the benefits of the program, which I think have been reflected well in the report. And I think that the path forward will likely be that someone on this commission make a motion, see if they can have a second, and then a vote, and we'll see where the majority lies.
Member Tang, your hand is still up, but I don't know if it's legacy. Oh. Member Tang?
I was trying to think if I had something else to add.
Oh, okay.
We are trying to think of all students. And the problem is that we do not think of all students, and that we do not think of trauma-informed care. And trauma-informed care is a new idea, which is, I don't know, maybe that's too new age for you, but trauma-informed care, we can't just ask kids, hey, are you traumatized? We kind of have to assume and just put in trauma-informed practices so that we avoid triggering traumas of students that we don't know. I'm not going to ask a kid, hey, were you assaulted at some point? I'm not going to do that. What I'm going to do is try to limit the amount of stimulus that would cause them to act out in some sort of way. And a lot of kids act out in a lot of ways. And a lot of times they don't tell us why. And a lot of times they don't even know why until they're like 20 and they're in therapy. So we are thinking of all students. Maybe not thinking of all students in the way that you all think that all students should be served. But when we wrote these recommendations, that's what we were thinking about.
Member Frank, your hand's up. I'm sorry, Member Frank, did you?
You should just go ahead and hold your vote.
Okay. Is there a recommendation to take recommendation for as is with no further clarification about not wandering campus or advising the school before they show up? So can I get a motion to take it as is?
I move that we approve recommendation 4.
Okay, second?
Second.
Mr. Gaines? Roll call vote, please.
Member Brodowski, my lips are getting dry, sorry.
Yes, yay.
Member Sandhu?
Yay.
Chair Iyer?
No.
Vice Chair Frink?
No.
Member Tang?
Yay.
Member Wang?
Yay.
Member Langton, you seconded, but I don't think I called your name.
Yay.
Motion passes 5-2.
There is one more thing that I wanted to talk to you all about. There are There are a lot of programs in the city that are provided to under-resourced youth. In my work, just on this SRO council, I've run across the PD, the Youth Services Unit, the city, PAL, F+, YMCA, RPM, that are all working on underserved youth. I think there's an opportunity here to extend the efficacy, is that the right word, of the programs and the reach of the programs, if there was some sort of coordination. I would like to recommend an appointment of, and it could be a temporary position, but somebody to facilitate these organizations that serve underserved youth or under-resourced youth to sit down and actually compare notes.
Captain Canfield, do you have information about the challenge team that might be helpful? Chair Ayer, are you familiar with challenge team?
I am familiar with challenge team, and when I asked if it could be done at challenge team, the answer was no. Because they're more about talking versus doing, is the quote that I got back.
That happens a lot.
Chair Ayer, could you restate the recommendation, please, and I'll document it this time.
Okay. I recommend someone to coordinate the different organizations. At my count, there are 8, at least, organizations working on underserved youth services to assess the programs for additive effect, basically. The other effect, yeah. Before we all go, oh, we need more resources, I think we need to examine what's there. And sometimes one organization can help another organization make their programs more robust without the need to request additional resources individually. So I'd like to see some of these organizations are starting to work together, but I'd like to see those silos kind of removed and that everyone comes together for the mutual benefit of these under-resourced children. Any questions or clarifications?
Is this a recommendation to the police department?
Yes.
Be the coordinator of that?
I think so, unless you feel that I should do it at the city level, but I think it could. I'm not sure. Do you, Ms. Ramberg or Mr. Gaines, have an opinion? Is it MVPD? They have somebody who's youth services admin now, but she would probably need additional hours, is my understanding. She's under-resourced herself right now. She would need some additional hours, I think, to take this on, because she's maxed as it is. But it could be out of MVPD.
Can I jump in quickly?
Sure.
So currently with our staffing as it is, we don't have staff capacity to take on this large of a project. I think it's providing direction and kind of correlating programs and then reassigning programs and looking at efficacy across a broad spectrum of organizations that have their own individual leadership, rank, culture, et cetera. Although it's, I see value in it, I think it's much more lofty than what we could do with the staff that we have at this time. So I don't think that we can, from a staff perspective, onboard this inside the police department right now.
Okay. So could it be worded as exploring? So as I liked Ms. Ramberg's term, as soon as practically possible.
Yeah, I don't think it would be something that would require an increase in capacity, and so it's not an as soon as practically possible. It's not something that we would have capacity to do.
It's just a no. Okay, well, I mean, if it's a non-starter, then I think I can withdraw it. But I did speak to the SROs about it because I wanted to get their take, and they felt it would be helpful, but maybe they can do it on their own initiative then.
Doesn't the city have someone who does this already? The various programs.
The city collaborates with a lot of different organizations, and in some instances we partner, and in some instances there's ways that we, make sure that there is good coordination across those services. But to do that amongst all organizations, or the 8 or so that in your experience you've come across and that you mentioned, has the kind of elements in it that Captain Canfield was talking about. These are the kinds of needs assessments and service coordinations that are across autonomous organizations is actually quite a large undertaking. And as I said, it's happening to the degree where we have overlap. It happens a lot in our homeless service area. But we've got practically a full-time staff person working on that. It takes a lot of capacity.
Okay.
And I think to provide direction outside of the PD, or to make a recommendation that the council do something like this, would be beyond the scope of what was referred to the PSAB.
Right. Okay. Well, then I'm going to withdraw the recommendation if it's a non-starter. Okay. And then my last question is, I have a number of things that I've noted as potential recommendations for the district that have come out of all the work that's been done. What would be the best way to provide that to the district? Would that be a PSAB undertaking? Is that my personal undertaking? How does that get, what's the best way forward on that?
The PSAB wasn't tasked to make recommendations to the school district. And I think if there are things that might inform the recommendations that we have here, like that additional context that there was the one example of earlier, then I think it would be great for you to talk with Mike and me about that, so that we can find the appropriate way in our implementation of the recommendations that the council approves to follow up with the school district on them. If they are beyond those things and are, you have connections with the district where you as a constituent of the district, you want to communicate them, you could do that as a private resident, but not as a PSAB member.
Okay, I'll pursue it with the two of you, and then anything that doesn't sort of fit in, I can take up as a private person. So thank you for that direction. I wasn't sure just the stuff came up and I wasn't sure what to do with it. So, okay. Oops, let me pull up so with that, we are on to agenda item 6, which is, unless anyone else has anything else they want to say about all of these recommendations. Okay. The next, it's board staff comments, questions, committee reports. No action will be taken on any questions raised by PSAB at this time. Do any PSAB members or staff have comments or questions? Cal, go ahead.
Yes. I don't know about you. Let me see. I'm not mute. Good. About you, but did you guys notice all the recycling bins been changed the last weekend? Why are they doing that? why are they wasting so much money just to change colors to light blue and dark blue? I mean, that's it kind of bothered me. And what are they going to do with all the big ones which they took away from our homes? It's just bothered the hell out of me. I just wanted to get it off my chest. It drove me nuts. First thing in the morning, 6 o'clock in the morning, the noise, they're dropping it off. Then the next day, they can't pick it up. Fine, they can pick it up. But why the waste of resources? Which brilliant senator brought it up at the state level to impose this torture on us? That's all I have to say. Thank you.
I understood it was a federal requirement.
Federal? Wow. What a waste of resources. Sorry.
But maybe it was a
So
state. But my bins were already falling apart, so I was glad I did it.
Thank you.
Point of order, I have something relevant to the board.
Member Tang. Go ahead.
I'm wondering about the question raised from the public about our work plan and what that timeline looks like. Is that something that you can give me a ballpark answer on, or is that something that we just have to discuss later? This is to staff.
Yeah, we haven't had a chance to look at that at the staff level in terms of adjusting the work plan in light of the staffing changes that happened after the work plan got formed. And so we will do that and can bring it to the commission at your February meeting.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
And I think that pushes some things that said they would begin in January, such as the formation of subcommittees, to February. So it's not a long delay. It's a additional month.
Joan, your hand's raised. Is that leftover or? Okay. I just want to take this opportunity to thank Melvin for all of his hard work. I'm so thankful that he's been with us on this journey, and that he had the integrity to stay and see this part through. I really respect that. And I'm going to miss you, and I really enjoyed working with you. And thank you for all of your hard work, for your wisdom, for your guidance. It's much appreciated, and you will be missed. Okay.
Thank you. I guess I can say something as a staff comment, as I'm actually still on staff for a couple more weeks, but want to be off work. So thank you all for working with me these last few months. This has been a great opportunity for me to get closer to many of the issues that are important to the community and work closely with you all, both staff and PSAB members, and even members of the public who are watching and always comment. I always appreciate your feedback and appreciate you not throwing barbs at me, at least coating those with things like treasure. But PSAB members, I think that you all should be applauded for this huge lift. This was, you guys are allowing me to leave on a night where I think at times the conversation got heated, and I think that reflects just the complexity of this issue. And I appreciate you all going on this journey and being committed and being passionate and listening to community members and stating your own opinions and really helping to put forward something that ideally makes the program better off. My personal opinion is that we should be continuously improving things, and I think that is the opinion of the city manager, and I think that's the opinion of the police department. So hopefully we push, that improvement ball a little bit further down to the finish line. But there's obviously still work to do, but I applaud each of you for volunteering to do this and giving it your all. So thank you all.
Any other member Frank?
Yeah, I just wanted to make a comment that as a member of the small Black community in Mountain View, that I have never felt unsafe here. And it was sort of commented earlier that some members of our community feel unsafe in Mountain View, and me and my family are not counted among that because I've always felt safe here. That's why I moved here, and if anything, I feel unsafe when I leave here. So just wanted to share that personal experience.
Okay, thank you for that. Other comments? I promised Cleve I was going to take this to midnight so we could spend all this extra time with him, but y'all aren't helping me. But
No,
okay.
you didn't. Just call me Cleve.
I'm sorry. Melvin. Sorry, Melvin. You know, I'm not mixing you up. I'm just tired. So
It's not New Year's.
what?
I said it's not New Year's.
Yeah, don't you want to hang out with Melvin a bit longer? So
Yeah,
okay.
well, he is going to be missed, so we got to get all the time we can. So.
Yeah. All right. With that, this meeting is adjourned. It is 11:32 p.m. I wish you all a good rest of this evening and look forward to further conversations. Thank
Have
you.
a great Thanksgiving, everybody.
Thank
Night,
you.
everybody. Happy
Merry
Thanksgiving.
Christmas and a Happy New Year.
Thanksgiving.
Thank you.
See